After a series of 6 events spanning 36,000 miles and visiting 3 continents, the Grand Prix Series reaches its final destination, Tokyo, Japan, the city that blends a futuristic high-tech mindset with old-world Asian culture. We welcome you inside Yoyogi Stadium and kick off our coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Today, it's the ice dancers and the pairs skating for the gold medals here tomorrow afternoon on ABC Sports. A great rivalry in the men's event here in Tokyo. And hi, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. The top 6 from the Grand Prix Series are here set to go. They battled it out throughout the entire fall all over the world, and now 6 of the top teams in ice dance set to skate for the gold medal here in Tokyo. We may be seeing a new era in ice dance, and that does not happen very often. Barbara Fuster-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio of Italy are in the lead right now, and recently they upset the world champions, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pesera, at the European Championships. We welcome in 2-time U.S. ice dancing champion Susie Wynn right now, and Susie, Anasina and Pesera were supposed to be here. They withdrew officially because of a back injury to Marina Anasina. Do you buy it?
Well, not completely, Terry. I think the biggest injury to the French is the injury to their egos. They came into the season not as prepared, and the Italians are fiery and strong, and I really think that the French are running scared because of the Italian strength. They're home right now, healing, regrouping, and making changes to their programs, while the Italians are here competing, looking great, and earning the judges' confidence. They are setting in motion a possible win at the World Championship just weeks away.
Now, the original dance has already taken place here. Here are the standings. The Italians, Fuster-Poli, Margaglio in the lead over the Russians, Lobacheva and Averbuk. Then from Lithuania, Drobiazko and Vanagast holding off the team from Israel, Chait and Suknovsky. Remember, there are 3 portions to this event here in Tokyo. The original dance was worth 40%, the free dance 60%. That sets up round 3, which is the super final. If you want to have a chance to win the gold medal, you have to be in the top 2 heading to the super final. So the free dance getting underway here in Tokyo, and the first team to take the ice representing Israel, Galit Chait and Sergei Suknovsky. She is 26 years old. He is 25. They came in 5th in the world last season in Nice, and that was a huge step up for them. This is a team really on the move the last 2 years. They were 13th at the World Championships 2 seasons ago. Currently in 4th here.
The music, Columbus, 1492. They are very determined performers. They don't hold back and watch for their lifts. Very dramatic.
Follow ice dance, you know their story. It's an interesting one. Galit Chait was born in Israel, but when she was 9 months old, her family moved to New York. She grew up as an American, skated for the first time at Rockefeller Center. Sergei Suknovsky is originally from Moscow, moved to Israel for a while in search of a new partner, eventually came to the U.S., and he and Galit hooked up. Galit's parents were born in Russia. She grew up speaking Russian. 5-time national champions of Israel.
In the free dance, there are some required elements: 5 to 7 lifts, 2 footwork sequences, 1 circular, 1 diagonal, and twizzle sequences, turns on 1 foot. They have great control in all of their lifts. One thing that's so impressive about them is the way they cover the ice. They fill out all 4 corners of the arena. dancers, unlike the other disciplines in this event, have had to train 2 4-minute programs along with their original dance, which is just 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So they've had a little extra work compared to the other free skaters.
Spoken like a true ice dancer.
A nice performance. They really are dramatic. They don't hold back. They give you everything they've got.
The Grand Prix Series this fall, they were 4th at Skate America, 2nd at Skate Canada, and 3rd at Cup of Russia to earn their trip here to Tokyo. Galit Chait and Sergei Soknovsky.
They are very secure in all of their lifts. She's in wonderful positions. He's in a spread eagle position here. Great line and a beautiful soft dismount. And their approach into their lifts was actually quite good. This is a tricky pass because the transition is so difficult, and then he goes onto 1 foot.
Susie, what about the judges in terms of what they're looking for here in the free dance, the requirements?
Well, they're looking to the 5 to 7 lifts. They're looking for the quality and the difficulty. Also, dance spins, twizzle sequences, and looking at the footwork sequences, the difficulty and the preciseness in the feet.
Well, Sergei Soknovsky has really been suffering from a pretty severe cold while here in Tokyo. It has hurt them in terms of their training, their practices. Now we get the 2 sets of marks. The first one for technical merit, 5.3 up to 5.6. Susie, they were in 4th place after the original dance, trying to hold off Vikla and Losa from Germany. And now the presentation marks, 5.4 up to 5.7. So Chait and Soknovsky, they set the standard. With a lot of skating left here in the free dance. When we come back to Tokyo, the team that made a move up to the podium at Europeans, Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk from Russia, are next.
The rulebook of figure skating is brought to you by Dan & Light & Fit. Light just got fitter.
All disciplines of skating require step sequences. This is an example of the circular footwork. And this is the serpentine step sequence. The skater starts at one end of the ice and proceeds in curves to the other end. Finally, there's the straight line step sequence. Judges look for speed and intricacy of footwork and the relationship between a skater's footwork and the music.
Representing Russia, Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk.
Back inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan, Terry Gannon along with Susie Wynn. The free dance continues here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. On the ice right now, Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk of Russia. They are currently in 2nd place after the original dance.
They're skating to the modern version of toccata and fugue. They've had a lot of success with this program.
This is a team that won the silver medal at Cup of Russia, then the silver at Trophy La Ligue. They finished tied for 3rd in the overall standings in the Grand Prix Series with Drobiazko and Vanagas of Lithuania with 18 points.
these chaîné turns. Change of direction lift.
Well, 4 seems to be their magic number. They've come in 4th in the world 3 times. They came in 4th at the Grand Prix final last year and recently came in 4th, actually last year at the European Championships, but recently they actually beat Malinina and Pesera at Europeans in the free dance portion of the competition, which was a major step for them.
Very clever way of combining a lift into a dance spin and maintaining speed. Well done. Last year they really struggled in their material. They had 3 free dances throughout the season. So this year they seem more secure and more focused.
And more is not necessarily a good thing.
More is not always better.
6-8 on 1.
They really have a lot going on upstairs in their upper body. And sometimes their feet are a little bit sloppy. They lose a little speed. It's almost like their feet get sticky. They lose a little bit of their flow in some of their turns and stroking exercises. Rotational lift. Well, it's certainly a step up from last year. They're improving.
And they are a married couple, by the way.
That's a good thing.
Irina Lobacheva, Ilya Averbuk in 2nd place after the original dance. And really a great opportunity for them here at the Grand Prix final, especially with Malinina and Pesera, the world champions, not competing.
And this is a very difficult change of direction lift. Watch here, she's on one of his shoulders, and then during the transition changes to his other shoulder. That's a lot of work, a lot of tricky transitioning there. Very good. Their footwork, just a little bit sloppy. They get sticky. You can see they just lose a little bit of flow, a bit far apart. A lot happening upstairs that distracts. And this was their final pose. Incredible balance, boy, a lot of trust there. Ouch. But they got through.
They made their way over to Kiss and Cry now, and we'll check the marks. The first set for technical merit now for Irina and Ilya. 5 7s and 1 5.8. That's from the Italian judge.
These are nice, some strong, secure marks.
And now the second set, Susie, in the 5-8, 5-9 range.
Wow, those 5-9s from Germany and Israel.
So Irina Lobacheva, Ilya Averbuk, all first-place ordinals from the judges. They have the lead right now. Up next, Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margalio. They are undefeated this season. They're trying to stay that way. The Italians take the ice here in Tokyo when we come back. Welcome back to Tokyo, Japan. The ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors continues. So does the free dance here. And there is a look at Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio. Their recent win over the reigning world champions, Anasina and Peisera, made everyone in the ice dance world take notice, but they are not overnight sensations. Their rise to prominence began last year when they pulled off a major upset and won the original dance at the World Championships in Nice. They ended up finishing the competition a close second behind the French team, Anasina and Peisera.
It was a very good moment of sport, I think.
I was second. Not the next year.
Unlike most dance teams, this duo lives and trains in their native country. They hail from just outside the bustling city of Milan. Like most Italians, Barbara and Maurizio flourish in their roots. It's important for them to be surrounded by family and friends.
I can work very well when I'm in my home because I have my coaches, I have my parents, so my life is here.
With their fiery determination, this year in the Grand Prix Series, Barbara and Maurizio have won nothing but gold medals, although none against the French team, until recently. At the European Championships, when they made history for Italy and won the title. Now they hope to take the throne once again at the Grand Prix final.
Number 5, representing Italy, Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio.
An extremely driven duo. They said at the end of last year they only will settle for #1 this season, and so far they've made their move, and they have the lead right now here at the Grand Prix final. Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio.
This program's very polished. It's last year's free dance, the music Lord of the Dance, and Braveheart. Intensity in their skating certainly matches the intensity and the emotion of the music.
Barbara originally from Sesto San Giovanni, Italy. Maurizio from Milan. Their win at the European Championships, they were just swarmed by reporters, became instant celebrities in Italy.
Nice fast feet, very clean and precise.
See a difference in them because of what took place in Bratislava?
You do. You definitely get a sense that they're more confident. But the neat thing about them is I don't think they ever doubted it for a minute. And you gotta love that confidence.
Shrouded by the night, by the secret star I quickly fled.
Beautiful transition in here, highlight move. Nice way to bridge the elements. And the low-lying lift takes a lot of strength for Maurizio to hold her in a low position like that. Well, that's an energetic program. The last minute of that program is fast footwork. They've got great endurance and wonderful passion.
Normally, someone has to retire in ice dance if it's going to change at the top. That hasn't happened. And Irina and Pesara obviously still skating. They could win another world championship this season. But Barbara Fusser-Poli, Maurizio Margaglio, at least at the European Championships, took a major step. They're trying to do the same, or at least continue it here in Tokyo. They won their country's first European title in 47 years.
This team really works well together. They're very secure in their partnering positions. Watch their upper bodies. Very close and nice parallel lines through their hips. They could be closer, but the footwork is difficult. They're changing directions. Both are turning and have equal difficulty. And transitioning right into a lift here. He could get deeper into his knees on this change of direction lift. They entered their elements with great speed. This lift started off pretty well. He goes onto one foot, showing great balance. The dismount, however, was a little clunky there. She lands on both feet, and it just didn't have the gracefulness that we're accustomed to seeing.
Now they're set for their march. Remember, Lobacheva and Averbuk are in the lead right now. And their marks were in the 5.7, 5.8 range for technical merit. Now the first set for Fusser-Poli and Margaglio. Same range, but a little bit higher. All 5.8s except for one 5.7 from the German judge. Now presentation mark, Susie, look at those.
2 6.0s, my goodness. I don't know, I thought they skated well, but 6.0 maybe a little too high at this point in the game.
They're coming to expect those now. They're at the point where they expect the perfect sixes on the board. Barbara Fusser-Poli, Maurizio Margaglio into the lead, although one judge, the German judge, actually put them in second. Up next, the team from Lithuania. Margarita Drobiazko and Povilas Vanagas take the ice. Well, no question that showdown, Plushenko Yagudin, worth tuning in to see tomorrow. Meanwhile, the free dance continues with Margarita Drobiazko and Povilas Vanagas. They're from Lithuania, currently in third place after the original dance. Trying to catch Barbara Fusser-Poli, Maurizio Margaglio, who have the lead, ahead of Lobacheva and Averbuk of Russia right now.
The music is Ponte le Stelle. It's from the arrangement of a selection from Puccini's Tosca. They were able to beat Lobacheva and Averbuk with this program last year in the Grand Prix final. I think that's why they're strategizing using it here.
Old rivalries just don't seem to quit in ice dance. Drobiazko and Vanagas fought it out with Lobacheva and Averbuk last season. And at the Grand Prix final, and they won the bronze medal in this event ahead of the Russians. But here, after the original dance, they're in third. They were right behind Irina and Ilya.
Well, I think their unison and their skating ability is just a little bit ahead of Lobacheva and Averbuk. Their difficulty is there, and they have a smoother quality. What's unusual about this circular footwork is they're traveling clockwise, and most skaters more comfortably travel counterclockwise. They're really the only couple that has their circular footwork moving in this direction.
What would make the difference? What would make you go in the opposite direction?
I think for variety, it probably depends on what they did previous to that choreographically. They probably wanted more variety. Just like driving on the left-hand side of the road, and we are in Japan, so.
You do it here.
Very lovely dance spin, a beautiful camel spin position. Is difficult because of the changes that they have, and we'll be able to look at that on replay. That's unfortunate. That's really going to cost them. Oh, this is such a beautiful program. It's so unfortunate that she took that fall in the footwork. They're too closely matched to Lobacheva and Averbuk to make a mistake like that.
They're really in a dogfight with them, too, because they were tied in the overall Grand Prix standings. They both had 18 points coming in, and they won the silver medal 3 times in this series, but they were right behind the Russians after the original dance, so they couldn't afford to lose any ground, and they may have just done so. Margarita Drobiazko and Povilas Vanagas. Pairs competition here is loaded. Bereznaya, Secret Lidza, Saleh, Peltier, Chen, and Zhao, the 3 teams that lead the world right now. And in a short program, Xue Shen, Hongbo Zhao of China, once again very dominant, very powerful. The Canadian champions, Saleh and Peltier, magical again, but it was Bereznaya and Secret Lidza, the 2-time world champions, who would take the lead. The pairs free skate comes your way a little bit later. Here in Tokyo, the Russians have the lead right now. Well, meanwhile, Margarita Drobiazko just leaving the ice with flowers in hand. We'll get their marks in a moment.
Look at this wonderful speed that they have in the approach of their lift. Great balance. And look at this rotational lift. The momentum that gets going on this is so amazing. To be able to control the dismount right here in that strong upward position really takes great control and a lot of practice. And here in the footwork, it's difficult because, see, they're back to back, they're changing positions, the visual is not there. She just doesn't clear the turn and catches that toe pick. That can happen so easily.
So Fusarpoli Margallo in the lead over Lobacheva and Averbuk, and we'll see what the judges place the Lithuanians right now. Technical merit marks 5.3 to 5.6. And now the second set for presentation, 5-7 to all the way up to 5-9 from the Lithuanian judge. And look at the placements from second down to fourth. 4 of the judges putting them in fourth, and that is exactly where they are. They drop behind Chait and Sognovsky of Israel. So with rounds 1 and 2 complete here in Tokyo, here's the way things look. Fusarpoli and Margallo in the lead over Lobacheva and Averbuk. Then Chait and Sognovsky ahead of Drobiazko and Vanagas. The super final straight ahead. Fusarpoli and Margallo coming off the biggest win of their careers at the European Championships. They'd love to keep it rolling. They'll go head to head with Lobacheva and Averbuk, who perhaps look for one of the biggest wins in their career. Superfinals next. Welcome back, everybody, inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan. The championship about to be decided in ice dance. The super final straight ahead here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final presented by Kia Motors. Comes down to Barbara Fusarpoli and Maurizio Margallo of Italy. They're in first place against Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk of Russia. And on the ice first are the Italians, Fusarpoli and Margallo.
I just spoke with Barbara, and she said, this is the event I'm saving my energy for.
Seven times the national champions of Italy, the reigning world silver medalist, recent upset over Anasina and Pesara, the world champions at the European Championships in Bratislava. This is the third phase of the competition here. Skaters have already been through the original dance, first free dance, setting up this super final. So they have to have another free dance ready for this portion of the event.
Very slick turning for Barbara. Very nice fast feet, very clean. A rotational lift, one of the required lifts. There are 5 to 7. The music is from the motion picture Romeo and Juliet, and it's a modern portrayal of the story.
He rides a motorcycle at some point, so that kind of gives it away.
And then there's a crash.
Yeah.
This is the circular footwork.
There's your crash.
This is where they take liberty with the theme. Romeo and Juliet are now angels. A dance spin in foxtrot position. Must rotate 3 times.
Undefeated this season through the Grand Prix, their own national championship, Europeans. The last thing we want to do is take a step backwards here just before the World Championships. Susie, why have they been able to move up over the past 2 years so quickly?
I think when I saw them last year come onto the scene, they came in very improved. They worked on their own individual skating skills. They were faster, they were stronger, more sure-footed. And the rapport that they have with the audience and with each other is very powerful. They made a lot of changes in this program before the Europeans, and it served them well. That's a clean performance. Maybe missing some of the speed that they'll have when they get to the World Championships. I talked with Barbara, and she goes, "We're just tired."
But she said she saved her energy for this performance right here. Well, Barbara Fusopoli, Maurizio Margaglio will have their marks in a moment. The Grand Prix Final Championship on the line here in Tokyo.
They have very nice partnering. Very close here. This is a low hydroblading move. He's down low. She's hooked with her leg there. That's a difficult transition. Very smooth, and then they segue right into their dance spin. This is their change of edge lift. Watch his feet. He's riding on one curve. She changes and transitions, and then he goes on to 1 foot hard. But it would have been nice if he held that a little longer. It would have had more impact. And in their final lift, this is difficult. The balance is very important, the relationship and the pull there. But look at how far out she is away from him. That's very difficult. And that was a very dramatic finish to a dramatic program.
Well, they are Italian, after all. They've talked to us about how it's just natural for them to wear their emotions on their sleeves. Now the first of 2 sets of marks here. Technical merit marks in the 5.7, 5.8 range.
Well, strong marks, strong performance.
Normally their presentation marks are even higher. And there they look at those. The 5.8s, the 5.9s, and a perfect 6.0. Guess who from? The Italian judge. But you got to love it. Fusarpoli and Morgaglio to watch their rise over the past year and a half in a sport where you don't see that happen very often. Well, up next, they're on the ice warming up already from Russia. Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbukh skate for the gold medal here in Tokyo. Back in Tokyo for the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. Terry Gannon along with Susie Wynn. This is the super final in ice dance. Barbara Fusarpoli, Maurizio Morgaglio just having skated. Now it's up to Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbukh of Russia. They made it to the top 2 heading to the super final. Now they try to pull off the upset.
They always start their free dances in interesting poses. The music, Diablo.
Both from Moscow. They've lived and trained in Newark, Delaware since the '94 Olympic Games, coached by Natalia Linichuk and Gennady Karponosov, the 1980 Olympic ice dancing champions.
Dancers were telling me it's so hard to train 2 free dances to keep them up, keep the endurance level up and the polishing up. It's so important in ice dancing for everything to come into play.
And not only to prepare those 2 free dances, and all the practice that entails, but also in one day to go ahead and perform and compete with 2 free dances. It's a team that's enjoyed a reversal of fortune this season. Last year they gave ground to the Lithuanian team, Drobiazko and Vanagas, but this year they recaptured their spot. Silver medal at Cup of Russia, silver at Trophy La Lake, and a bronze at the European Championships.
Great unison and great footwork. Although they were running on their toes, they were able to maintain speed. That was a very difficult lift because of the connection. I think this program suits them well. It has a smoother feel, and they looked comfortable with this.
Well, they finished just off the podium the last 3 years at the World Championships. Yep, they're the current leaders. Poli, Margallo having a great time. In the kiss and cry area, they watched the entire free skate, the free dance from that area. Irina Lobacheva, Ilya Averbuk, they'd love to go to Worlds this year and actually make it to the podium, and they do have a chance. We'll see what the judges think in a moment.
And here in their circular footwork, they do have great speed. This is a closed position, lots of turning, changes of direction. He's as busy as she is, and that's important. This is a rotational lift, a wraparound lift here. It has to turn 3 times, nice and fast. She's in a great tight position. He has great control.
Now we got a whole party going on in the kiss and cry area now. Yeah, everybody in there. First set of marks now for Lobacheva and Averbuk. 5.7s and 5.8s.
These are some nice marks.
5.7. 5.8.
And the presentation marks coming there. Now they know, basically, that
how it's
they're
going to
not
turn
going
out.
to win here, right? Here, the presentation marks, very high scores, though, and it certainly did themselves proud with their free dance here in Tokyo, but every one of the judges putting Poli and Margallo ahead of the Russians, Lobacheva and Averbuk, the champions of the 2001 Grand Prix final, Poli and Margallo. The team capturing the bronze medal here, Drobiazko and Vanagas of Lithuania. Right now, Peter Carruthers is with the champions. Peter?
Thank you, Terry. Congratulations, Barbara and Maurizio. Undefeated this season. You skated very well in the free dance. What do you take going into the World Championships?
We'll keep going working on our program, so we are very confident on that. And this competition was very hard because it was between Europeans and worlds. So in Vancouver, we will try to do our really best.
What will you do differently, if anything, in Vancouver, Barbara?
I think we were working in every part of our competition. We will work again in original dance, compulsory dance, because we didn't do the compulsory here because it was too free program, and we think we have a lot of work before Vancouver. It's 2 weeks, but we have to work again and more.
Okay, well, congratulations and good luck at Worlds. And right now, back to Terry Gannon.
All right, Peter, thank you. Up next here in Tokyo, the pairs competition, the top 3 teams in the world. It should be a shootout when we come back. The elite of the pairs world. But this rivalry is not personal, just professional. Bereznaya and Sikaridlidze, twice the world champions, prevailed in their only head-to-head meeting this season. But they know Shen and Zhao have won this final the last 2 years. And in this event, there's only room for one at the top. Welcome back, everyone, inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan, to our continuing coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. The attention now turns to the Pairs Championship. And hi again, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon, joined now by Peter Carruthers and Peggy Fleming. These are not only the top 6 pairs from the Grand Prix series in the fall, but also, by all accounts, the top 6 pairs in the world squaring off today in Tokyo. And heading into round 2 now, the free skate. It is wide open, folks. Peggy, the leaders at this point, the 2-time world champions from Russia, Bereznaya and Sikaridlidze.
Well, Terry, one of the greatest strengths of this pair team is their presence on the ice. Elena and Anton are such a handsome couple, but it's more than that. It's a heart-tugging expressiveness and almost magical power over an arena. And I think this couple this year with this free skate are on their way to the legendary status of Gordieva and Grinkov. And if I have to find a weakness, it would be their occasional struggle with their throw jumps. But when they hit them, there is no other pair in the world that can match them.
They've been terrific so far here in Tokyo, too. But, Peter, they can't afford to let up at all because right on their heels, a couple of teams ready to take advantage, including the Chinese, Shen and Zhao.
Well, they are the defending champions. They are awe-inspiring with their huge throws. I think the key to this team's success is that they have no fear. Therefore, they can just fly into their moves with great speed, creating a dynamic unlike anything I've ever seen in pair skating. But what they need to do is have better rapport with each other. As for the Canadian champions, Salé and Peltier, they have beaten both the Chinese and the Russians this season. Technically, they are very strong, but it's the way they weave in and out of their hard throws and lifts that make their skating so smooth and effortless. Very hard to do. But in front of a laid-back Japanese crowd, unlike the audiences they're used to in North America, somehow they have to find the spark in speed to motivate them.
The short program has already taken place. Here are the current standings. Bereznaya and Sikrid-Lidze in the lead over the Canadians, Salé and Peltier. Then it's Shen and Zhao of China in third. Remember, there are 3 rounds here in the Grand Prix final. The first, the short program, then the free skate. That sets up the standings going into the super final round. And at that point, you've got to be in the top 2 to have a shot to win the gold medal.
Representing France, Sarah Abitbol and Stefan Bernie.
Now the free skate round 2 gets underway with the team from France, Sarah Abitbol and Stéphane Bernardis, in a disappointing 6th place right now. They're the 2000 world bronze medalists.
They will open up with difficult side-by-side jumps, showing their jumping skills. Triple toe loops, a little bit far apart. It would be nicer to see those jumps closer together, but completed.
Followed by the side-by-side double axels. She messed up on hers, stepped out of it.
Last year in this event, they won the silver medal. You may remember on the throw triple axel that they attempted last year. Remember that? And
oh, yes.
she fell and chipped her tooth at her head on the ice. They were allowed to start their program over from the start. That rule has now been changed. Cannot do that anymore.
Now watch this lift coming up. It's a side swinging movement, a pendulum kind of swing up into the star lift. Very inventive.
Sarah and Stéphane were extremely successful in the Grand Prix Series this past fall. They won a gold medal in Germany at the Nations Cup competition. Came in 4th at Trophy La Ligue, but then came back to capture the silver at the NHK Trophy in Japan and had 21 points overall. They finished in a tie for second place with Bereznaya and Sikora-Lidze.
One of the most critical things in pair skating is to make sure that you throw your partner with just enough power. If it's too much, she goes too high, and right there, that was well done. It's a happy medium. It's more of an assist than a throw.
And this is another lift that they invented. They call it the bow lift. These side-by-side spins.
Also, the carriage that Stefan has could be a little better. His shoulders are somewhat forward. He needs to have a better situation with his posture on the ice while he's skating. And we'll definitely see a big difference between them and the Russians in regard to that.
This is their version of a death spiral.
They're an exciting team, but at times they look somewhat rough on the ice together, meaning they don't create a smooth look or line.
And mistakes early in this program. They had them in the short program as well, so they will certainly suffer in terms of those. And the judges will have their marks in just a little bit here. Sarah Abitbol and Stefan Bernadette.
And here is a look at their side-by-side triple toe loops. They're a little far apart from each other, and he was leaning, but he did pull off that landing. It was a very good beginning. And this is their very inventive lift. This it's called the terrible lift, where he swings her up into the star position. Very nice.
And there's a look at the judges working here in the pairs free skate. There are 7 on the panel. And Peter, what about the requirements?
Well, the free skating requirements involve a lot. Spins, side-by-side jumps, you have to perform death spirals, and all of this is incorporated with musical expression.
Who names these lifts, by the way? The terrible lift. What is that?
I think they name them.
Well, we invented a lift called the hydrant lift. So
we got to start coming up with better names here. We can create those. First set now for technical merit, 5.4. The rest 5.5s. 5.4 coming from the judge from Poland.
These are just very average marks for them. 6.0, of course, being the perfect mark, but there's not a big disparity there, so that's a positive sign.
They didn't like them. Thumbs down. 2 thumbs down to the presentation marks for Sarah Abitbol and Stefan Bernadette. When we come back, it is the team from Poland, the first team from their country to make it to the Grand Prix final. We'll see if her ankle injury holds up. Dorota Zagorska and Mariusz Szudek are next in Tokyo.
Number 3, representing Poland, Dorota Zagorska and Mariusz Szudek.
Meanwhile, the pairs free skate continues here in Tokyo. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers, and Peggy Fleming with you as the team that is in 5th place after the short program takes the ice right now. Dorota Zagorska and Mariusz Szudek. She has had an ankle injury lately. That's when they had to pull out of Europeans and the Polish National Championships. She says she's okay now, but still dealing with it a little bit.
These two have very strong lifts throughout their performance. As I mentioned, it's so important to get the side-by-side single skills out of the way. Here are the triple toe loops. Separation, but completed.
And now again, side by side, double axles. Oh, and they both had problems on their double axles. Nice triple twist. She just really rotates in the air so quickly.
Rhoda and Hughes were married this past September. He proposed during the World Championships in Nice last year.
And that was a beautiful location for a World Championship.
Let's go back soon, huh?
Yes.
I heard Peggy Fleming lost too much money in Monte Carlo, though. They're not sending us back there.
I didn't gamble. I just looked at the beautiful place.
Watch this lift. She'll somersault right up into a press lift, then go to a star lift. And that variation is difficult to do because you have to keep the speed up while you're changing positions on a lift like that. Nice.
Zagorska and Shudek won the bronze medal at the World Championships in '99. Last year they fell to 5th at Worlds, but more than a step backward for them, it really reflects the depth and the talented pairs out there today. It is just incredibly deep. They did not have a strong Grand Prix series this season. Only stood on the podium once, but they did make it here. They were the 6th and final team to earn a trip to Tokyo.
Coming up as they throw triple Salchow, this back inside edge takeoff. Oh, and she's leaning so much in the air, and boy, did she pull that off.
The reason is because she has such a strong back to be able to correct her position on the landing.
She was like a cat.
Step through overhead with a somersault. Flip out. This is where they excel with these lifts.
They make them look so easy, and the transitions are so smooth.
The way they enter and the way they exit is what makes it so difficult. You have to really respect how they push the envelope with their lifting, for sure.
Well, a team that is certainly among the best in the world, top 5 or 6 in the world, and in any given event can certainly be dangerous and threaten to stand on the podium or perhaps even win. Some mistakes here, though, really going to hurt the Rhoda Zagorska and Mariusz Shudek from Poland.
And here was their opening side-by-side triple toes. Look how far apart they are, and they go up in the air. I'm not sure if he did a double. I think he only did a double, and she did the triple. And here is their hip lift. Watch this entrance as he flips her over up into this hand-pressed lift, into the star lift. And all of these transitions are so smooth and so strong. Very nicely done. And this was their throw triple sow cow, her taking off from this back inside edge. And watch how she is leaning in the air, and she just comes down and grabs that landing like as if she was a cat.
What will the judges say now? Let's see. The first set for technical merit coming their way. 5.3 up to 5.6 the range. The two highest marks. Actually, there are three of them, but two of the three from China and Russia. Of course, you've got Bereznaya, Secret Lidze, and Shen and Zhao still to come. And now presentation marks 5.4 to 5.7.
You know, not their best performance, but what I do respect about them is what they do for pair skating in terms of really creating some new lifts that are hard to do.
Zagorska and Shudek have the lead right now here in the free skate. But up next, Xue Shen and Hungbo Zhao. They've won this title the past 2 seasons. They'll make their bid to get into the super final here in Tokyo after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Representing Russia, Yelena Bereznaya and Anton Sherlidze.
Down to the final 2 here in the Pairs Championship of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers, and Peggy Fleming about to watch Yelena Bereznaya and Anton Secret Lidze of Russia. They are the current leaders after the short program.
They're skating to the motion picture music of City Lights, starring Charlie Chaplin. Side triple toe loops. Beautiful.
Just their basic skating is so extraordinary. Preparing for the side-by-side double axels. She was leaning, but she fought through it. Nice. Bit of a collision on the landing there. Her body colliding into his. It would be better if they had no collision.
Elena and Anton opened up the Grand Prix with a loss at Skate Canada to Salé and Pelletier, but then won a couple of gold medals for the season in the Grand Prix.
Their extension is so extraordinary.
Since that loss in Canada, they have not tasted defeat in 4 major competitions.
Very much in the character of Charlie Chaplin. Very effective footwork sequence here. Very much in the character of the music.
Took a while to sell them on the concept of this free skate, especially Anton Sikorodlidze, but now they're wondering next year for the Olympics, how are they going to come up with a free skate to top this?
This is a wonderful program. It really brings out their personality plus their elegance.
Phenomenal power and speed. This is critical, the throw triple loop, and she stepped out of it, but she didn't have a huge fall. She has fallen on that in the past.
But the tremendous speed that they go in and out of these throws is so spectacular. On that death spiral. Oh, they are just breathtaking. I love this number.
It's a great shot at the end there, too, isn't it? Well, the applause from the crowd here, different styles, different strengths and weaknesses than those of Shen and Zhao, who are the current leaders right now from China. They're already backstage just watching. And so Bereznaya and Sikorodlidze, how do you describe the difference, though? If you're going to describe it to a young skater, the it quality.
Well, what it is the basic skating that they have. When they're moving between their difficult skills, they do it so smoothly, yet they accelerate so fast. That takes so long to master, and the Russians have always been great at that. Side-by-side double axles, 2.5 rotations. She's really leaning there, but she was determined to hold on, and indeed she does, and they step right up into side-by-side double toe loops. But they really excel so much within their pair skills. However, right here, watch what happens. Her body actually collides and slams into his body. They want to have a little bit more separation between them. And then this is the throw triple loop. She gets great coverage across the ice, but her left foot is a little bit slow, so she doesn't have a good landing there.
About time to bring out the pickup truck to get all those flowers off the ice and over the kiss and cry area. Tamara Moscovina sits alongside now. Elena and Anton following another very good performance, although there were a couple of bobbles. They were terrific in the short program here in Tokyo. And now the first set of marks for the two-time world champions for technical merit. 5.6 to 5.8.
There's an opening here with these 5.6s.
5.8.
A very strong 5.8 will serve them well. However, a little weak on the first mark.
Yeah, lower than they would expect, at least when they took the ice. Now the presentation marks, and those are extremely high.
And well-deserved.
So congratulations from their coach, and Bereznaya and Sikorodlidze take the lead over Shen and Zhao with one team left here. Up next, the final team takes the ice with room at the top. Salé and Pelletier, the two-time Canadian champions, who have won 2 golds and a silver in the Grand Prix Series this season. They're on a roll, and they skate next. Jamie Salé and David Pelletier, together just 2 years now, firmly established as one of the best and most charismatic teams in the pairs world.
Hi, I'm Jamie Salé. Welcome to Montreal. This is my partner, David. He does all the heavy lifting.
Jump, jump, jump to it.
I'm from Red Deer, Alberta. Like, I was born in Calgary, lived in Red Deer and Edmonton.
I'm from east part of Quebec, from a little town called Savoie. 2,000 people lives there.
From the opposite ends of Canada, two different cultures. They teamed up in '98 and trained in Montreal. Jamie is David's fourth partner, he her second. As a team, they have shot to the top of the marquee in the world of pair skating. And in Canada, they are very big stars. But it's their chemistry and charm that has captured everyone's imagination.
What I love the most skating with Jamie, I remember last year at Nationals when somebody asked me if I was surprised to have 6. I said no, because of this smile. So every day I get on the ice, I get to see the smile. I think that's what I love the most.
Constantly striving for perfection, their respect for each other helps them through the rough spots. They make very few mistakes, but Jamie has been inconsistent with her axel jumps. She works tirelessly with their coach, Richard Gauthier, on improving the technical aspect, but it's sometimes very frustrating.
It's not a hard jump for me. I've been doing a double axel since I was 13 years old. We're allowed to make mistakes, and I have to get over that fear of, oh my God, what is going to happen if I miss this again? And it's been really difficult for me because of the people always talking about it. It's a lot of work off ice, mostly. It's definitely mental.
We won 3 out of 4 competitions this fall. I'm not saying I'm the best, but we must be doing something good. So I'd rather focus on, good stuff than negative stuff.
It's very difficult some days to try and understand each other and where everyone's coming from. That's probably the hardest thing, is to work at the same level all the time. I mean, that would be the ultimate.
Being among the skating elite affords very little time for fun, but Jamie and David are enjoying their lives and working as a unit.
He's a great person, and he's got a great heart.
I wouldn't change anything about her.
It's been a team and a friendship that has grown over the past couple of years. Saleh and Peltier set to go now. A lot of work to do. It's Bereznaya and Sikowitz in the lead over Shen and Zhao of China, then Zagorska and Chudek of Poland. But here are the two-time and reigning Canadian champions in second place after the short program, Jamie Saleh and David Peltier.
They're skating to the music, Tristan and Isolda. They have a wonderful rapport with each other on the ice. This opening jump, this throw, triple loop.
Oh, she was so perfectly centered on that landing.
She only did a double.
We just saw a moment ago, that's where she's had some problems over the last year. Remember what the objective is here now. You have to get into the top 2 to have a shot at the gold medal in the super final.
Dismount. He has a great understanding of just how much to throw his partner, and look at how smooth she exits out of those throws. Some of the best we've seen.
On those side-by-side spins.
touched on it already. So much of what they do involves connecting with an audience and projecting to an audience. Peggy, can you actually think about that when you're on the ice? Because here they are in an environment that is different, a more reserved crowd than perhaps they're used to in North America.
Well, I think they feed off of an audience. You know, she feels the power of those people watching and really into their performance. And here it's a little different. So I would think she's gonna, I don't feel the electricity in the program. But it's beautiful choreography done by Lori Nickel, who choreographed for Michelle Kwan. Nice side-by-side double axels, which she's had trouble with this past season. So good for her.
Wonderful lip. Watch him release. She releases into a tabletop on the crescendo of the music, perfectly timed.
Hair spin. Well, they really do have a special magic. They're wonderful.
Choreography is always so seamless when they skate. It's not labored at all. Very easy, yet difficult to organize a program like that.
They'd love to take over the top spot. Bereznaya Secret-Lidze residing there now, but the main question is whether or not they can get to the #2 spot. Shannon Zhao of China right behind the Russians at this point. But the Canadian team, Salé and Peltier, trying to get into the top 2 so that they can skate for the gold medal in the super final.
And here was the beautiful triple loop that they did at the very beginning. Really solid in the air and a beautiful strong landing. Done very well. Good opening to this program. And now they're side-by-side triple toe loops. See how they are not that close together, and she is not finishing the rotations, and she just did a double, so that will cost them some marks in the technical end of this. And this is the throw triple Salchow, that back inside edge takeoff, very straight in the air, really made that look so easy. And now they're side-by-side double axels, double toe combination. She's had trouble with this all season, but she really struggled to hold on to that landing and right into the double toes.
Not too bad. We just got a preview, basically, of the teams that will skate for gold at the World Championships and the programs that they will skate in Vancouver. Salé and Peltier waiting for their marks now. Our coverage of Worlds, of course, begins March 24th here on ABC Sports from north of the border. And now the first set of marks for technical merit. And they threaten the Russians at the top. Here's the set, 5.7 and 5.8.
Well, they had just one minor error in this program. She just, didn't do the triple.
Those were a little bit higher than Bereznaya Secret-Lidze. And now for presentation, it's head slapping time. Jamie Salé says, oh my gosh, we go into first place. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the judges. It's a 4-3 split. Salé and Peltier of Canada go into the lead. They can't believe it. Norkin, Anton Secret-Lidze. Stoic, his reaction to the news, but they're in second place. But those two will skate for the championship here in the super final. So the standings through 2 rounds here in Tokyo. The Canadians on top. Bereznaya Secret-Lidze right behind Then Shannon Zhao of China in third place. They're not able to skate for the gold. They're just ahead of Zagorska and Shudek. So up next, the super final. The Canadians, Savoie and Peltier, with the energy and the magic against the style of the two-time world champions from Russia, Bereznaya and Sikaridlidze. The super final is next. Welcome back, everybody, to Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan. The super final, we're set to go. The championship on the line in pairs here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Terry Gannon along with Peggy Fleming and Peter Carruthers, the top two teams, maybe the best in the world right here. Jamie Salé and David Peltier, the Canadian champions, Peter, and they have the overall lead right now.
This is going to be exciting. Salé and Peltier bring a great blend of choreography and I think difficult skills, but you know, it's the way they transition from one move to the next that makes them so seamless. This is something the Russians have done for years, but now the Canadians are competitive.
Now the placements and the scores don't carry over to this super final. You just have to be in the top two. There is the team from Russia, the two-time world champions, Yelena Bereznaya and Anton Sikaridlidze. Peggy.
Well, and they are skating to Sentimental Waltz, their last year's program. They're very comfortable with it, and it is absolutely a gorgeous program. But Elena did have some shaky landings on their throw jumps in the first free skating, so they'll really need to be solid in this one.
These two teams, this is what they have done against each other this season. In the Grand Prix, they both have a win, so this is the rubber match. Bereznaya and Sikaridlidze won in Paris at Trophy La Ligue, but earlier in the season, it was Salé and Peltier getting the win at Skate Canada. So we're set to go. The championship on the line right now. By way of draw, it is Yelena Bereznaya and Anton Sikaridlidze taking the ice first here. They won this competition back in 1998. They have not won it since.
Well, they are absolutely stunning on the ice, just the way they move and just even their pose standing there. Their opening move, their side-by-side triple toe loops.
Outstanding.
Very smooth.
Accelerating into this split triple twist lift. It's those beautiful extensions that they have coming out of these skills that make them so exceptional.
This is as demanding an event as any of these skaters go through. 3 phases of the competition. This is the second free skate that they've had to perform. Bereznaya Sikaridlidze won the short program, Salé and Peltier the free skate.
She only did a single axel, not a double axel.
Right there, this stroking backwards. It's so fast, so smooth. Stepping up into a throw triple Saukow. Very smooth.
And the gorgeous extension she gets on those landings are spectacular. Overhead lift.
That lift carrying about 3/4 the length of the ice. Beautiful.
Now another jump, this throw triple loop, this back outside edge takeoff. A little shaky on that landing. She didn't get the usual height that she has gotten in the past.
Besides beating Savoie and Peltier at Trophy La Ligue, also won Cup of Russia and recently won the European Championship in Bratislava.
Just so smooth as they move down the ice in this footwork. So hard to do.
But the line that they get in their skating is so exquisite. They are absolutely beautiful.
I can tell you that the judges appreciate in the most simple form the wonderful skating that they have, even when they're not doing anything difficult. And that's what brings them to the forefront of pair skating. Just fantastic.
Well, some problems on and off the ice last season, but Bereznaya's secret leads. The timing is everything, and not a bad time to be back to World Championship form right now.
Absolutely.
Look at the power that they have coming into this split triple twist lift. She splits and then rotates 3 times. She's about 5.5 feet off the ice there. Very nice. And that extension that she has, very good. This is where they ran into some difficulty. She does only a single there. Anton does a double. It's not the short program, so you don't get a deduction, but they won't get as much credit for having done a single. And then this is the throw triple loop. Watch her pitch forward at the end. This is not what she wanted. She wanted to have a nice straight back. The hand touches down. Unfortunate there, but a quick recovery.
Tamara Moskvina alongside. I know we've been all over the world. I wonder how many miles she has logged this season going to competitions.
I think we could compare notes.
Yeah, we've
She'd
been
probably be pretty equal.
The first set now for technical merit in the 5.6 to 5.8 range.
Well, they are magnificent on the ice. They are very elegant and float over the ice, make it look so easy.
And now for presentation, the low mark, well, from the Canadian judge, 5.7. The rest, 5.8, 5.9. So very high marks, but there is room at the top. Their work is done. Now it comes down to the Canadians. Jamie Salé and David Peltier. They'll skate for the championship when we come back to Tokyo.
Representing Canada, Jamie Salé and David Peltier.
Back in Tokyo, the second team here in the super final with the championship on the line. They take the ice right now. Jamie Salé and David Peltier, the 2-time and reigning Canadian champions. They got the best of Bereznaya and Sika Redlidze in the free skate, but the only thing matters now is what they do here in the super final.
And they're skating to the music from the motion picture Love Story. This has been a very successful number for them.
These side-by-side triple toe loops will set the tone. Sometimes they have trouble on them, and she does right there, having a hard fall.
Talked to reporters yesterday and mentioned that she actually did see a psychologist over the summer about her jumps and the problem that she has had. She feels much better about them now, but
This throw, triple sow cow, back inside edge takeoff. Very controlled, very steady landing.
Jamie fell on her triple toe loop. Now she has another difficult single skill, the side-by-side double axels. Getting it back on track there. Double toe loops. Really see the relationship come out in this team. They relate so well to each other.
And this music is so perfect for them, and the choreography done by Lori Nickel is very clever. Beautiful death spiral.
Jamie is so strong with the throws. Her lower back usually stays very straight. Here, the throw triple loop, and again, powering right through that.
And it really hit the most perfect point in the music, really expressing the emotion.
Right on the crescendo.
I just love that number. It is so beautiful.
They had a mistake at the beginning of the program, but to their credit, really to rally, get back into character, and have a fine program after the fall, that certainly tells a lot about their character. They're champions.
So what are your thoughts? Who do you think had the edge here?
Oh, I think I was really drawn into this love story program. It really, I think, caught my emotions.
You would give them the edge? How about you,
In spite of the fall, I have to agree with that. I think that they really rallied and they brought back into character the wonderful display of unison and ability that they have on the ice. Side by side, triple toe loops. You can see Jamie, she just doesn't get the height she needs. Under-rotated, a hard fall, but really picking it up, getting right back into the program. This throw triple sow cow, so good. She takes off very straight in the air, and that follows through. 3 nice rotations, excellent. And again, this is a triple loop. It takes off of a backward outside edge. So straight, so strong, that right leg accommodating the force, wonderful.
The announcement was too funny.
The marks for Jamie Chalet and David Pelletier. Technical merit, 5-8.
Two teams with different styles, but plenty of style for both of them. Now let's see. How close will it be here? Technical merit marks, 5.6, the low mark from the Russian judge, up to 5.8. And now for presentation, look at that, all 5.9s, and 6 of the 7 judges giving the edge to Saleh and Peltier, the Russian judge, the only one who put them in second place.
No, we're just kidding a couple of times.
So it's Saleh and Peltier who win the championship here at the Grand Prix final.
They were just able to really bring in that character of the music, and they told a story on the ice, and that translated to the judges and the audience, a well-balanced program.
Last year they placed 5th at the final. This year they win the gold medal for the first time in their careers. Bereznaya, Secret leads a finish with the silver. Shannon Zhao just missed finishing in the top 2, but they stand on the podium with a bronze medal. Our MCI WorldCom winning moment comes from the love story program of Saleh and Peltier, the winners who gained so much momentum going into the World Championships. Right now, Susie Wynn is with the champions.
Thanks, Terry. What makes Love Story so special to both of you?
Probably just the fact that we know that everywhere we go, people get into it and they know the story, and it's so easy to skate. And we're really lucky that we've had Lori Nicola, our choreographer, pick music that is so easy to skate to. We just really get into the music, and it's a very passionate, emotional program, so we like that.
Now, next up, World Championships in your home country. You're going to be in Vancouver. Do you feel you have a little bit of advantage being at home?
Well, there's two ways to look at it. You can take it as an advantage and having 20,000 people behind you. That's an advantage. Or you can take it as a disadvantage and getting stressed over that, but we won't get stressed over that. I mean, all the skaters there go there to win, and that's what we're going to do, and we have the chance to maybe have a chance to do it at home, so I think that's great.
Well, congratulations to both of you. We look forward to seeing you. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Terry, back to you.
All right, Susie, thank you very much. Don't forget, we're right back here in Tokyo tomorrow to see the championship decided in the men's competition. Our coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern. Producers Kurt Gowdy Jr. and Kathy Cook, our director Doug Wilson. For Peggy Fleming, Peter Carruthers, and Susie Wynn, I'm Terry Gannon. So long for now from Tokyo. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
The following is a presentation of ABC's Wide World of Sports, home of the World and U.S. Figure Skating Championships.
Yevgeny Plushenko has put his personal stamp on the Grand Prix Series. As the overall defending champion, his momentum continued this year, with victories at Nations Cup, Cup of Russia, and NHK. Seemingly unstoppable, he now faces fellow Russian and former training partner, Alexei Yagudin. Theirs is a bitter anything you can do, I can do better rivalry. Last year, Yagudin reigned supreme at Worlds, only to have Plushenko recently return the favor at Europeans. Carrying America's hopes is high-flying Timothy Gable. Will the exuberance of winning his first national title help him establish a foothold on this medal stand? 36,000 miles this series has traveled to answer just one question. Who will be the men's Grand Prix final champion? After a season-long series held in 6 different countries on 3 continents, the top names in figure skating have made it to Tokyo, Japan, the most populous urban area on the planet, with more than 28 million people here. Today it is the site for the most important international event outside of the World Championships, as we welcome you inside Yoyogi Stadium, one of the venues for the 1964 Olympic Games, for the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. And what a group of men on the ice warming up right now. It includes Yevgeny Plushenko of Russia, the defending champion of this event. He hasn't lost in the Grand Prix series in 2 years, taking on his nemesis, also from Russia, Alexei Yagudin, the 3-time world champion. And from the U.S., the man with more quads than anyone else, Timothy Gable, who recently won his first gold medal at the U.S. National Championships. So as we look at the lineup here, those 3 are joined by Ilya Klimkin of Russia, Matt Savoie, the U.S. bronze medalist, and Stanik Jeanette of France, a last-minute replacement for Todd Eldridge, who was out with an injured ankle. The top 6 from the Grand Prix series, they fought it out over 6 weeks in the fall. Now they're here in Tokyo skating for gold. The final follows a unique format. There are 3 phases of the competition: a short program worth 1/3 of the score, a free skate worth 2/3, and then that sets up the standings for the super final. Number 1 meets number 2 there to settle the gold medal. Going into the super final, you've got to be in the top 2 if you have hopes of winning the championship.
1番、マシュー・サボイさん、アメリカ。
Number 1, representing USA, Matthew Savoie.
Along with Peter Carruthers, I'm Terry Gannon. So here we go. The short programs. Matt Savoie, the U.S. bronze medalist, is up first. Savoie, the 20-year-old from Peoria and the surprise bronze medalist when everyone focused on Michael Weiss, Todd Eldridge, Timothy Gable at the U.S. Nationals. He was able to edge out Weiss, the 2000 World Junior bronze medalist as well.
Important combination for Matt. The triple flip, triple toe loop, very nice. His shoulders right over his hips, allowing him to go straight up into the air. Change camel. You have to do 6 revolutions on each foot before you change feet. There's the change. Straight line footwork has to go from one end of the rink to the other. And this is on a diagonal. Steps right up into the triple Lutz. Nice sound landing. Well, you can call Matt Savoie Mr. Consistent. He did not do the quad in the short program. He skates within his limits, and he accomplished his goal of having no mistakes in this program.
Yeah, he might not light up the building, but he very rarely makes a huge mistake. He is so consistent.
Good job.
This is the triple flip gets up into the air in a very straight position, followed up with a nice triple toe loop, a good combination there. And this is the quick steps that are necessary within the footwork. Changes of direction make it difficult.
And there's a look at the judges working this men's competition. There are 7 on the panel. And by the way, there is a judge from the United States working this event, Steve Winkler. There he is. What about the deductions here in the short program, Peter?
The judges will be looking closely for mistakes. And of course, the most costly mistake you can make is falling on a jump. 4/10 right there.
Well, no major mistakes, as we said, for Matt Savoie. Won 2 bronze medals in the Grand Prix Series to get here. The first set of marks for required elements, 5.3, 5.4 range, Peter.
These marks indicate the fact that he did not do a quad. However, he skated very well without any mistakes or any problems within the program.
And there are the presentation marks for Matt Savoie. When we come back, it's the defending champion of this event, 18-year-old Yevgeny Plushenko, takes the ice next.
3番エフゲニー・プルシェンコさん、ロシア。
Number 3, representing Russia.
Back at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors here in Tokyo. Here's the headliner, Yevgeny Plushenko of Russia, the 18-year-old 3-time Russian champion, and he won this event last season. He has been nearly unbeatable this year. Lost to Yagudin in a competition here in Japan. It was not part of the Grand Prix Series, though.
Plushenko will get right to it. The first jump, the quadruple toe loop. Perfect triple toe. He just doesn't miss.
He won the Nations Cup competition in Germany, won the Cup of Russia in St. Petersburg, his home, and he won the NHK trophy in Japan.
Strong with every movement, sharp. Steps into the triple Lutz. One of my favorite parts of the program actually is the step sequence. He actually comes out of his skates. He really goes after this. Showing the great conditioning that he has. Perfect product from Yevgeny Plushenko. The required elements were there. The artistry was there. And the attack, excellent.
Well, the city doesn't matter. The venue doesn't matter. The stakes don't matter. Yevgeny Plushenko has just about been perfect all season long. He has been on fire throughout the year. What a way to get the Grand Prix final underway for the 18-year-old.
The quadruple toe loop getting plenty of air. He really collects his limbs and creates that rotation, then checks out and starts up 3 more rotations with a great hand flick showing, yes, I'm in control. And he follows through with the great height on this triple axel. Very nice. Again, arm movements that show he's in complete control. Finally, the flying camel. Notice the extension of the leg. The knee is locked. Very good line, horizontal to the ice. Nice.
He needs to bring an assistant for all the flowers out there. Just as he got off the ice, too, another wave of flowers came out. They're still coming out here. The flower girls are going to be working all night long to clear the ice. Plushenko with Alexei Mishin, his coach, who used to coach, of course, Alexei Yagudin. They used to be training partners, but not anymore. In fact, they don't speak to each other too often. The first set of marks now for required elements. Look at those in the 5.7, 5.8 range. In fact, almost all 5.8s. And now the second set for presentation, Peter. 5.8s, 5.9s for Yevgeny Plushenko, an extremely high standard. When we come back, the U.S. champion takes the ice, Timothy Gable. He had a gold medal and a silver in the Grand Prix Series this year. Now he skates for gold here in the final.
Timothy Gable-san, America.
Meanwhile, the men's short program continues here in Tokyo. Yevgeny Plushenko has the lead, of course, over Matt Savoie of the U.S., but here's the U.S. champion, Timothy Gable, the 20-year-old from Rolling Meadows, Illinois, moved from Cleveland out to L.A., of course, at the end of last season, 11th in the world last year. And here he is at the Grand Prix final. He's had some tough practices this week. He has not skated well in practice.
Timothy Gable is definitely known for the quads. He's expected to do the quads, and he will open with his quadruple Saukow, left 3-turn, and he was not around on that. Falling toward the back of his skate.
Even though he won the gold medal at the national championships, he did not skate up to the standard that we are used to.
But he's got to reel it in here. Triple axel. And another fall. This is really a disaster for him to have 2 huge falls. Looking at 0.8 of a point.
Even more amazing when you consider that through the Grand Prix Series, he had hit 7 of the 8 quads he had attempted.
Well, as you mentioned, his practices have been disjointed here in Tokyo. Triple flip, and when you're not skating well, it's tough to get the confidence factor up to skate at a high level.
Remember, all you have to do is be in the top 2 going to the super finals. So that's after the free skate portion, the first 2 rounds. And the way the math works here in the short program, if you're 5th or higher and you win that free skate, you automatically go into the top 2 and you can skate for the gold medal. So even with all the problems here, he's still alive.
But believe me, Timothy Gable falling twice in a short program is a real setback for him. That was unfortunate.
Well, the reigning U.S. champion is not happy right now, and he hasn't been all week. Things have not gone well in practice or here in the short program for Tim Gable. Plushenko leads right now. Matt Savoie right behind. We'll see what the judges put Gable in a moment.
Usually he has very good spring on the quadruple sow cow, but he just doesn't get around. And that is so unusual to see. He's usually complete with that rotation by the time he hits the ice. And you can see right here, watch where the body is. The left foot, you could see that it was not completed. 4 rotations were not there for him to land that. And then this triple axel, I just think that his concentration was not there, a lean, and that right foot just going out and a fall. Shocking.
And things have been quite chilly between Frank Carroll and Timothy Gable all week, not just the temperature here in Tokyo. They were seen a number of times during practice, quite animated after some of the falls by Gable, which is not unusual these days with athletes and coaches, but certainly things were not going well. Required element marks now 4.5 to 4.7. There's your first set.
Really losing out here on the required elements. It's clear that he's just so far below the standard that he is used to. And the judges are used to seeing him.
And now the presentation marks coming his way. So extremely disappointing marks for Timothy Gable, and that puts him all the way down in 4th place now. Up next, the 20-year-old from Russia, Alexei Yagudin. All he's done is win 3 straight world championships. In ice dance here in Tokyo, it was Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio of Italy taking on Ilya Averbuch and Irina Lobacheva of Russia. The one-on-one matchup with the Italians recently coming off a win at the European Championships in Bratislava. Fusser-Poli and Margaglio cruised through the first 2 rounds, and then in the super final, they skated to the gold medal with ease. Fusser-Poli and Margaglio taking home their first Grand Prix final title here in Tokyo. In pairs, the one-on-one matchup, Salé and Peltier against Bereznaya and Sika-Radlidze. The 2-time Canadian champions skated awfully well in the free skate, capitalized on a few errors by the 2-time world champions, and had the lead going into the super final. Bereznaya and Sika-Radlidze back to championship form with a few minor errors. That did open the door for Salé and Peltier, who skated to their memorable love story program from last year and wrapped up the Grand Prix final with a gold medal.
6番 Alexei Yagudin-san, Russia.
Number 6, representing
Down to the final skater, though, here in the men's short program. Yevgeny Plushenko in the lead over Matt Savoie. But here is Alexei Yagudin, the showdown here in Tokyo. The 20-year-old from St. Petersburg, Russia, who now lives in the U.S., of course. 3-time world champion. And he won the Grand Prix final in 1999. Did not skate in this event last year. He was injured. Depending on who you like to watch skate, he probably had the performance of the year in the Grand Prix series. That was back at Skate Canada.
Opens up with the quadruple toe loop. Triple toe loop. How about that, Terry? You know, he's been struggling in practice. And then when he gets under pressure, he just knows exactly what it takes. Usually he gets great height on his triple axel, but not a great landing there.
And Peter, at this level, the margin for error is so small that something like that could keep him from getting ahead of Plushenko here in the short program. He opened up the year with a loss to Timothy Gable at Skate America, but then 1 Skate Canada and 1 Trophy La Ligue in Paris.
It's a really nice step sequence because of the changes of position that take place. And Yagudin is just someone that skates from the heart, whether you're watching him in a short program, a free program, exhibition, it doesn't matter.
Awfully hard to split them. Maybe the one little bobble, the only way you can do that between Yagudin and Plushenko. And here's a guy, forget about what he does in practice, forget about his past history. When the lights go on and he takes the ice in a big competition, he's going to come through one way or another. Alexei Yagudin will have his marks when we come back to Tokyo.
State Farm is a proud sponsor of U.S. figure skating because little girls have big dreams, too.
The International Skating Union, the sports federation that governs figure and speed skating worldwide. With a membership of more than 50 countries, the ISU is responsible for the technical control and the direction of the world's most important skating events. The International Skating Union, bringing you grace, power, speed, and champions since 1892.
Back now with a look at Alexei Yagudin. He's still not off the ice. Got all the flowers and giving out kisses in the front row.
Yagudin started things off right with this quadruple toe loop. Great height on that. And then a nice triple toe loop after that, a little close to the boards, but very good. But here's a look at Yevgeny Plushenko's quadruple toe loop, triple toe. Plushenko getting up into the air nicely on his. They both landed these jumps without any problems. Subtle differences separate them. Now, this is interesting because this is the triple axel, and watch what happens to his landing. He actually is over-rotated and bent over. However, there's really no deduction there because he didn't three-turn out of it. Just not as nice to look at.
And again, if it would come down to that, how small is the margin for error at this level? First set now for required elements. Look at those, Peter.
Well, these are very good marks for Yagudin. He has pulled in a 5.9.
Yeah, Plushenko didn't have that for required elements. Now for presentation, look at the 5.9s, and guess what? 1, 2, 3, 4 of the judges put him in first place as opposed to 3 for Plushenko. Alexei Yagudin has the lead after the short program here in Tokyo. Plushenko in second, and Matt Savoie of the U.S. is in third. So as we check the standings at this point, behind Savoie, Stanik Jeanette is in fourth, and Timothy Gable all the way down in fifth, ahead of Ilya Klimkin. Remember, the short program worth 1/3, the free skate worth 2/3. You have to be in the top 2 heading into the super final to have a shot at the gold medal here. So it's been a battle of Russian nerves so far between Yevgeny Plushenko and Alexei Yagudin, with American champion Tim Gable looking to break up the Russian lock. Plushenko fought jet lag and set the bar awfully high with a clean short program as usual. Gable had a tough day, spilling twice.
I'm very upset. I missed 2 of the elements. There's really nothing more to say.
Alexei Yagudin, on the other hand, aimed for perfection and stood up to the test, despite traveling halfway across the world.
My body was telling me, Alex, don't go there, just don't skate.
But go there again he must. Round 2, the men's free skate starts when we come back to Tokyo. Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan. It isn't exactly the OK Corral, but it ain't far off. A couple of gunslingers from Russia about to face off once again as the men take the ice for round 2. The ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. Hi again, everybody. Terry Gannon back with Peter Carruthers now. Advantage Yagudin in the short program. The judges gave him the nod, Peter, but they both skated very well. What can we expect to see here in the free skate?
Well, I'll tell you, Alexei Yagudin has to be smiling about his lead over Plushenko in the short program. But I think the big message here is that the judges like Yagudin's style over Plushenko's when both skate without mistakes. Yagudin won't win in a practice session, but put 7 judges out there and he just comes alive. Yevgeny Plushenko, on the other hand, he has consistency. He has beaten Yagudin every time this season except once, and it was in this building. He is the only guy in the world to land a quad toe, triple toe, double loop combination. Last year he did it at the Grand Prix final, and it earned him 4 6.0s and a win. Look for that early in the program.
Well, Peter, what about the American, Timothy Gable, who won his first U.S. championship recently in Boston? So far here, he's really struggled.
Oh, in a big way. The new American champion, Timothy Gable, has an uphill battle here. He struggled in the short program with 2 falls. He has 3 quads planned in his free program. If he's going to be successful, he has got to totally refocus right now.
Let's take a look now at the skate order here in the free skate. Remember, it is worth 2/3 of the score for rounds 1 and 2. Timothy Gable up 3rd, Matt Savoie, and then you've got the last 2 skaters, Alexei Yagudin and Yevgeny Plushenko.
2番イリア・クリムキンさん、ロシア。
Number 2, representing Russia, Ilya Klimkin.
The goal here in round 2, get to one of the top 2 spots and have a chance to win the gold medal in the super final round when number 1 meets number 2. On the ice first from Russia, Ilya Klimkin. Not much chance of making the top 2. Ilya is in 6th. But the 20-year-old from Moscow, an upset skater in terms of making it here to Tokyo. Not many expected him to be here, and perhaps he can move up, skate for a bronze medal.
Interpreting Afternoon of a Faun. Beautiful triple axel, triple toe loop. You could see how he went straight up into the air on both of those jumps. He started very well.
Since we first heard of Ilya Klimkin a few years ago, he's been known for his quad jumps. He was the junior world champion in '99, made the Guinness Book of World Records, landing 2 different types of quads in one program. He was the first to do that.
And right there, we did not see the quad. Fell short of the rotation, broke out with the arms, the legs coming apart. That stopped it. Interesting to see that he spins in one direction and then spins in the other. That's hard to do. That's like being a switch hitter in baseball.
Huh. And like most switch hitters in baseball, are skaters better in one direction than the other?
Absolutely.
Klimkin came in 4th. There's an odd spin.
Yes, and that innovative look that he has means that he spent a lot of time creating these different variations on the spins.
Came in 4th at the Russian National Championships. You had Plushenko, Yagudin, Alexander Abt, who is not here, and then Klimkin. So there would be an outside chance if he were to light the world on fire here that he could make the Russian world team, but that does not look probable.
Triple flip. Now, when you stand on 2 feet like that, that's considered easy. Judges would much prefer to see.
I think I could do that.
Yes, you can.
What I've noticed watching him, Peter, over the year at least, never seems to kick it into high gear.
I don't think that this program lends itself to do that. I certainly think that he has great innovation within his skating, but you have to couple that with the jumps, and at times the jumps just fall off for Klimkin.
6th place after the short program. Only way to go is up. We'll see if the judges move him up. Ilya Klimkin, 20 years old, from Moscow.
The key to a good jump is to get up into the air nice and straight, and he does that here. Beautiful triple axel, triple toe loop. He needed to carry this technique throughout the rest of his program on the various jumps that he was performing. Here's a look at the attempted quad. The left foot jabs into the ice. The arms and legs have to come in together, and the key to making this work is keeping the arms and legs in, but that doesn't happen. You can see them break out, so he only does a triple.
And there is the panel of 7 judges working here in the men's free skate. What about the requirements, Peter?
Well, there's plenty to do in the free program. We'll see jump combinations, triple combinations, quad triple combination, then moves in the field, spirals, spread eagles, all of that connected with footwork.
So some problems for Ilya Klimkin on the ice, but some good moments as well. We'll see here. The first set for technical merit, mid-5 range. 5.4 up to 5.6.
5-4. He's pretty psyched about that, having presentation. Some 5.6s in there.
And now the presentation marks. Yeah, Peter, he's pumped. Ilya Klimkin getting things underway here with the men's free skate, round 2.
5-6.
Up next, the U.S. champ Timothy Gable, who had the big early win over Yagudin. That was with a different free skate, though. We see this one for the first time when we come back to Tokyo. Gable is next. Back inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers as the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final presented by Kia Motors continues the men's free skate round 2. Here is the American champion, Timothy Gable, the 20-year-old from Rolling Meadows, Illinois, lives out in California now. Did not skate very well in the short program at all. Extremely frustrated with his performance. Now in 5th place.
starts here for Timothy Gable with his quads. That's what he's known for. That's what the judges expect to see. He's had 2 falls in the competition so far. Quad sal, triple toe, right back on track. Double toe loop. But leaning on that triple axle. And having trouble centering that camel. That is staying in one spot, spinning fast.
He's had the best results in the Grand Prix series of any American in both of the past 2 seasons. The upset win in the first Grand Prix event, Skate America, over Alexei Yagudin, a huge upset, and the silver at Nations Cup in Germany for Timothy this season. But as of late, he has not skated up to his standard.
Now the quadruple toe loop, 4 revolutions, and no, he's short. He hits the back of his heel and has a hard fall.
Medal at the Grand Prix final last season. So if he were not able to move up from 5th place where he is now, it would be a huge disappointment. Went on to finish 11th at the World Championships last season.
Obviously he's fighting through it though with a nice triple axle. Last quad in the program, the quad sal, and they're only a triple.
Strong finish, though.
Yes, I do think that he was able to make something good out of an unfortunate situation that took place when he had that hard fall on the quad.
Didn't give up and came back strong at the end, but not the time to be in a slump if you're Timothy Gable. Not only do you have the Grand Prix final right now, but of course the World's coming up in Vancouver. The U.S. national champion disappointed once again.
For the most part, Timothy Gable is on top of his quads, and he started off right on top of this. This is the quadruple salchow. Great height there, followed up with the double toe loop. Unfortunately, that technique fell off in the program. And here is the quadruple toe loop. He doesn't get the height that is needed for this, and he does not make the rotation and has a very hard fall. And then another attempt at the quad, and he only does a triple sow cow, so not his best day with the jumps.
Possible Timothy Gable, technical merit.
Now the mark
5-3.
says he and Frank Carroll wait.
5-6.
The first set.
5-5.
5.3 from the Japanese judge.
5-6.
Up to 5.6, 3 of those.
Presentation.
Well, I think that Timothy Gable is somewhat on damage control after that slow start in the short program. It's just been so hard for him to get things going again.
5-2.
Yeah, in fact, since the U.S. Nationals, when he really didn't skate that well, but he did win his first gold medal. Now the presentation marks 5.2 up to 5.4. Every one of the judges except the American judge putting Timothy Gable in second place behind Ilya Klimkin. Still to skate here in Tokyo, the significant names. Yevgeny Plushenko will be last. Alexei Yagudin getting ready backstage. But up next, it's the U.S. skater who won the bronze medal in Boston, Matthew Savoie, who has been quietly on a roll, skating for the first time here in the final. He's next. Now it's back to the men's free skate here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. And taking the ice, an American, the U.S. bronze medalist, Matt Savoie, who has been on a roll as of late. He is in third after the short program. Very quietly, very steadily, once again, Matt Savoie is in the hunt at a major championship.
Opens up with a triple axel, triple toe loop. He has his shoulders so perfectly positioned over his hips, and that really allows him to get up into the air perfectly.
Matt's getting to a collection of Celtic and Scandinavian folk music. All the focus on others, just like the national championship, and everyone talked about Eldridge, Gable, and Weiss, and he slid right up to the podium, captured the bronze medal.
Beautiful triple flip, triple toe. You have to appreciate that he skates within his limits, and his jumping technique is so clean and secure, really creates a nice image on the ice.
Play in Peoria. Of course, the saying that means will it play in Middle America? That is the hometown of Matt Savoie, and it fits. He's always right there, does not make mistakes, not flashy, very consistent.
Just ticking off these triples. He just really has it in the bank. He knows what he needs to do to skate through this program without mistakes because he executes it in practice so well. Also, where other men are trying quads and some more difficulty within their program, it can cost them mistakes, where Savoie's right on. Go right up into the triple, double axel. That was supposed to be a triple, but not a huge error. Watch him step right up into the triple Lutz at the end of the program. It takes tremendous strength to go that far down on your leg and then spring into a Lutz. Incredible. I think you got to put Matt Savoie in first place after that performance. It was a very solid program. He skated well, he completed good triples, and it was a clean performance, a well-balanced program.
Everything we've come to expect from the 20-year-old and the junior at Bradley University with a 3.7 grade point average in political science.
This is just wonderful to see him get up into the air so nice and straight. The technique is just what you want to complete two great triples back to back. And then here the same thing, the triple flip. The reason he can do the second jump so well is because he's so square and centered on the landing to get up for the triple toe loop. This triple flip, that technique is awesome. Triple toe loop. Just what a coach wants when they teach.
Linda Brannon alongside his coach. That's the only coach he has ever had. Now the marks. You got to imagine, you said you should put him in first place. He's got to go in first place so far. Technical merit marks 5.5 to 5.7.
Presentation.
And now the second set, which sometimes he suffers on those, but here 5.4 all the way up to 5.8. And so you look at the judges' placements, 3 second place votes, but then a 4-3 split. He goes into first place over Ilya Klimkin of Russia. Well, the final skater here in the free skate, it will be Yevgeny Plushenko. He's going to have to stick around and watch the performance of the 3-time world champion, Alexei Yagudin, who beat him at the '99 Grand Prix final. They haven't met in the Grand Prix series since.
The rulebook of figure skating is brought to you by Dan and Light and Fit. Light just got fitter.
The rulebook of figure skating explains that an axle is the only jump taking off forwards. In this double axle, the skater takes off on a forward outside edge, then completes 2.5 revolutions. The hardest triple jump is the triple axle. The skater completes 3.5 revolutions in the air. Then finally, the triple axle, triple toe loop combination requires tremendous jump technique, including speed into the combination, tight rotation, and controlled landings.
Back in Tokyo, Matt Savoie is the leader here over Ilya Klimkin, then Timothy Gable, as we are down to the final two, the two headliners here in the men's free skate of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final presented by Kia Motors. Alexei Yagudin steps onto the ice.
Number 5.
The 3-time world champion had the edge in the short program by a 4-3 split. He was put into first place over Yevgeny Plushenko, but here they go again. Plushenko is next, and they hope to meet in the super final too.
Skating 2, Lawrence of Arabia. Triple axle. He's supposed to do that in combination, but I'm sure he'll try that later on.
This Lawrence of Arabia program, the one he used at the '99 World Championships to win. You may remember him going down kissing the ice after that. It's a great performance. So good he named his dog after Lawrence.
Quadruple toe loop. Look at that. Triple toe loop. Oh, stepped out of it. He was so close to the boards, I think the board spooked him on the landing of the second jump.
He's told you before, though, he likes to jump very close to the boards.
He says that keeps him from swinging on the jumps. It keeps his arms and legs a little more collected on the takeoff. Triple axel, let's see if he goes for the toe, and he did, but it was only a double. This is where Yagudin mounts his charge. He really gets into the character. Great footwork step.
Asked about the rivalry between he and Yevgeny Plushenko, his former training partner. He said, yep, life would be much easier for both of us if one of us didn't exist. But we're both here, so let's deal with it.
Triple Lutz at the end of the program. Love the way he attacks the footwork. Last triple, the triple Salchow. Into a combination spin camel. Sit spin. Back sit. Yeah.
Well, he told us he is exhausted at this point. The time difference between here and the East Coast where he lives, you can see him gasping for air here at the end of this program. And he looked a bit tired on the ice, didn't he, Peter?
Toward the end, he did fall off a little bit, but I don't think he lost his passion or the spirit that he has within his skating that is so interesting to watch.
Always had pretty good time out on the ice, too. Alexei Yagudin.
Opened up with a huge triple axel, takes off forwards, and what he does so well here is he jumps up into the air. He goes way up high, covers the ice quite well, and then has a very strong back for a good landing. And he followed through with his quad, but the problem was I think he was a little too close to the boards. He may like that, but watch what happens on the second jump. Gets so close that he just doesn't check out, and he sees the sign and the board so close. I think that really spooked him at the end. And then this is the triple flip. Nice height there, followed up by the triple toe loop.
He says he points everything toward the end of the year. He's not ready halfway through, maybe at the Russian Nationals or the Europeans, but at the Grand Prix final, then the World. That's what he focuses on. Matt Savoie in the lead right now. Remember that. Technical merit marks, all 5.8s.
These are really solid marks, and Yagudin wasn't even at his best.
And now presentation marks, Peter, and look at those. The 5.9s across the board except for the 5.8. Those are extremely high. And you're right, he wasn't at his best, but he takes the lead over Matt Savoie. It will not be easy to top, but it's up to Yevgeny Plushenko. 5-1 on the season, the one loss here in Japan. Meanwhile, we are down to the final skater here in round 2 for the men at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final presented by Kia Motors. Will it be Alexei Yagudin or this man, Yevgeny Plushenko, who will lead going into the super final? Plushenko came in second in the short program. The 18-year-old from Volgograd, Russia, who has lived and trained in St. Petersburg now for a number of years. The defending Grand Prix champion.
Now remember, right before Plushenko skated, he had to listen to all the high scores from Alexei Yagudin. Let's see if he can hold up to this pressure, because he knows Yagudin is in a very strong lead at this point. Here's the quad. Beautiful. Quad toe, triple toe, double loop combination. It's just routine, Terry.
The oohs and ahs in this arena. Thought there were fireworks going off. That's something to watch.
Triple axel, triple toe. He's not affected at all by what Yagudin has done. He's into his own game here. Triple Lutz. Oh, he's just barreling through these jumps, getting good height. And look at the way he explodes out of the jumps. Good speed. Right into the next move.
This fall, Yevgeny began studying at the Academy of Physical Culture in St. Petersburg. He beat Yagudin at the Russian Nationals, beat him at the European Championships, lost to him at the Japan Open right here.
Triple flip. Salchow, oh, flipped out on the landing there. Didn't see the continuous edge that we expect from him. Little mistake. Right back on that triple loop. The flexibility he has right here in this spin, back sit. Last item in his program. Well, Plushenko certainly met the challenge that was put down by Alexei Yagudin. A very strong performance by him. 7 triples, 1 quad.
But what do you think? Has the pendulum swung back Plushenko's way now after Yagudin had the edge in the short program?
Well, personally, I like the style and artistry of Yagudin better than I do Plushenko, but I think we're going to see scores that are really close, and it's going to be a close one between these two. But as far as the skating went, Plushenko probably edged out Yagudin. This was absolutely incredible. He does it every time, the quadruple toe loop. 4 rotations right there. And what makes this so good is the fact that he's able to really keep his timing, and he doesn't rush, so the jump works 3 times. Quad, triple, double. Amazing to see. And this is a very nice triple axle, triple toe combination. Huge. And then at the end of the program on this triple Salchow, a little bit of a problem here. Watch what happens with the left foot. It doesn't go out and back. He has to put it down. So that was a mistake for him right there. Not a huge error.
Alongside Alexei Mishin, his coach. Remember, Yagudin had 5/8 across the board for technical merit. Let's look at these. Technical merit, well, consistency. 5/9s all the way across, Peter.
Yeah, well, you can't deny what he did out there. He had very strong jumps, and he was really fast all the way through the program.
Crowd just saw the presentation marks, too. The 5/8, the rest 5/9s, and 1 perfect 6.0 from the Bulgarian judge. So 5 of the 7 judges put Yevgeny Plushenko into first place ahead of Alexei Yagudin. Yagudin had the edge in the short program. Plushenko the edge here in the free skate. How do you split them in the super final? They'll be going head-to-head in just a moment. Matt Savoie, how about his performance so far? He is in 3rd place ahead of Ilya Klimkin. But coming up, the 2 best skaters in the world, they're going to face off once again here in Tokyo. Plushenko, Yagudin, the gold medal on the line at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final next. In Russia, they were once training partners.
Did you learn anything from Alexei Yagudin when you were training together?
Nothing. 3-time world champion Alexei Yagudin and 3-time Russian champion Yevgeny Plushenko on and off the ice. Their relationship is chilly.
Nobody cares who is Russian national champion. I was never Russian national champion, but I still won like 2-time European title and 3 times world.
The World Championship is a title his rival has never won. But so far in the Grand Prix, it's been advantage Plushenko. 3 events, 3 victories. Another jab just weeks ago. He stood atop the medal stand at Europeans. So now in this rivalry that has never been hotter, there's a score to be settled.
I think like Russian, my enemy is my enemy.
Dig in. A Russian standoff is next. There's not a better one-on-one matchup in figure skating today than the one we're about to watch here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers back with you here in Tokyo, set for the super final. The men's championship on the line between the 2 Russians. Yevgeny Plushenko, of course, won the free skate. He took the lead Yagudin won the short program. None of that matters now, though. The slate is wiped clean. They go head-to-head for the championship here, Peter.
Well, Yevgeny Plushenko has set himself up perfectly for the finals. He's undefeated. He's trained. If anything, it's going to be a case of not giving too much power to his jumps with all of the extra adrenaline that he has. This is going to be a big showdown. For Alexei Yagudin, he is the type of an athlete that just wipes the slate clean before the most important performances. He can get into the zone and concentrate on what he needs to do. Most important will be to land his 2 quads, then let the music carry him through, and he skates last, so that's a perfect draw.
Just the 2 men out there warming up. You never see that because, of course, you're always part of a warm-up group, at least 5 or 6 skaters out there, but just Yagudin and Plushenko on the ice warming up before they settle this championship. Former training partners, this is what they have done over the past 2 seasons in the major competitions, the Europeans, the Russian Nationals, and the World Championships. Plushenko is 4-1 against Alexei Yagudin, but that one was at the World Championships in Nice last year.
Representing Russia, Yevgeny Plushenko.
No words were spoken, no good luck handshake before this one. Yevgeny Plushenko on the ice first by way of draw. Peter, before they get underway, who do you like here?
I'm going to pick Yagudin, believe it or not, because I think he has everything that it takes in his program with that great number to Gladiator.
Here we go. Plushenko up first.
He will open up with the very difficult quadruple toe, triple toe loop, double loop combination. He had to take the double loop out because he was moving too slow for the 3rd jump.
So a bit of a concession early on from Plushenko.
The 2 quads in his program are at the beginning, and here is the 2nd one. Quad toe. And he put in the triple toe loop, double loop. What a gamer to strategize like that. That takes guts.
Couldn't do it a moment ago. He threw it in right away. Outside of the major competitions, the Nationals, the Europeans, the Worlds, Plushenko did lose to Yagudin in another event this season. That was right here in Japan. But for the most part, he has dominated Alexei over the last 2 seasons.
Right foot will pick in for this triple Lutz. He has a great ability to spin fast in the air. So many times skaters will say, I don't think about
the other competitors in an event. But these two, it's gotten to the point where if either one wins a competition and the other one is not there, it's a shallow victory in many ways. And they will tell you that. They always refer to one another down the line at the World Championships. Europeans, the nationals having to meet each other.
But Terry, look at the energy he's got in his skating. He is in such great shape. His stamina could not be better. Triple flip. He's home.
There you go.
He came into this finals in such terrific shape, so trained, and what he can do is really call in all of those hours of practice because he is so perfect in practice, and he can rely on that. He doesn't have to worry when the pressure's on.
And Peter, this is a reserved crowd here in Japan, but for the first time we see them out of their seats. Yevgeny Plushenko, the 6.0s from the crowd, a standing ovation here in Tokyo. And Alexei Yagudin already out there warming up. He had to listen to those cheers just a moment ago. We don't know whether he watched the program or not, but he knows that it was awfully good.
Yevgeny Plushenko really was on top of his quads. This is the opening quadruple toe loop. He was supposed to do a triple toe loop, double loop, but he was only able to do the triple toe loop. But how about this a little bit later? The quad toe loop, the triple toe loop. And he said, I didn't do the double loop last time, so I'll do it right here. What an amazing statement. Bringing those feet in to create the rotation. He's so fast, and that allows him excellent rotation throughout. And a very solid landing. Perfection. Makes great use of this right foot jabbing in. That vaults him up into the air. Very strong with the upper body and a very smooth landing. Couldn't be better.
So Plushenko alongside his coach, Alexei Mishin, of course, the former coach of Alexei Yagudin. Here we go. Technical merit marks extremely high. 5.8s, 5.9s.
Well, they really have left very little room for Yagudin at this point. They can't deny Plushenko because he was so excellent in the jumps.
Look at the shake of the head by Alexei Mishin. He expected better, perhaps. The presentation marks, a couple of 5.8s, and the rest 5.9s. He wanted a 6.0. He got it from the crowd, but not the judges. So now it is up to the three-time world champion from Russia who lives and trains in the U.S., plans to make the United States his home and bring his mother over from Russia to live here as well. Gladiator is up for an Academy Award. What about a Grand Prix championship? That's the program straight ahead for 20-year-old Alexei Yagudin. His chance now to win gold here in Tokyo.
He has no room for error. Up with the quadruple toe loop. The first, I don't believe it, he almost hit the boards. But that's how focused he is. Beautiful. But remember, Plushenko did 2 quads, and now he's got to stay focused and do the second quad. Here it is. No.
Is the margin for error so small that that's it?
I don't want to say yes. He has got to skate and really bring the character in here. Triple axel, triple toe, very solid. It just depends upon how much momentum he can bring into the rest of this program.
Two men that have owned this title the past 2 seasons. Yagudin in '99, last year the injury, wasn't able to compete. Plushenko won the Grand Prix championship in 2000.
Tough combination coming up here. First the triple flip, followed. Now supposed to do a triple loop after that. Look at the height on that triple axel. Just huge. Triple Lutz right there. Character really coming out this program, building toward the end.
What a matchup. He had the mistake, Peter, but that's a program that we have seen in the past. At Europeans, for example, he had mistakes in the program because it's such a powerful ending, though, and it builds momentum. He made it close against Plushenko, who was nearly perfect.
Plushenko was very good, as was Yagudin, but I think that in this case, Plushenko did outskate Yagudin. However, those marks that we're going to see for presentation are really going to tell the story, and we have to wait to see what happens there.
And we must say that reaction of the audience certainly stronger for Plushenko's program than it was at the end of this one from Alexei Yagudin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1 This is absolutely remarkable that he was able to stay so focused with this quadruple toe, triple toe. Look how high he gets in the air, but watch what happens here. His foot almost hits the boards, but he just went right through that. Amazing. Here is the second quad that he had. Unfortunately, at the end, he leans forward and just has a sloppy landing. He had a great first quad, but it didn't work on the second one. And this is the triple Lutz that was at the end of the program, throwing that in, trying to rack up the credit on the first mark.
Hanging his head right now, but now he's going to take a look at the marks, the technical merit marks. You know he'll suffer a little bit on these because of the mistakes. 5.8, 5.9 from the French judge.
Considering the mistakes, really pretty solid marks.
And now the second set for presentation, and those are not enough. 5 of the 7 judges, as the two men shake hands, 5 of the 7 putting Evgeny Plushenko ahead of Alexei Yagudin. It's Plushenko, the 18-year-old who wins the gold medal, the championship, here at the Grand Prix final. And Yagudin is exhausted.
Both of these men have really put forth great programs, and they really advanced men's figure skating. That was an amazing competition.
It was extremely close. Both skaters receiving marks in the 5.8, 5.9 range, but Plushenko had the edge. He is the gold medalist. Yagudin settles for the silver, and Matt Savoie of the U.S. able to capture the bronze medal here in Tokyo. Well, our MCI WorldCom winning moment, it comes from the champion's effort in the super final here, Peter.
The only man to do this, a quad toe, triple toe, double loop combination, 9 rotations. Amazing.
And now Plushenko, he is 5-1 against Yagudin in the last 6 matchups in major competitions between the two. And they will do it all over again at the upcoming World Championships. What a great finish to the men's competition here in Tokyo at the Grand Prix final. We'll see you again next Saturday with our coverage of the European Championships from Bratislava, Slovakia. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
The following is a presentation of ABC's Wide World of Sports, home of the World and U.S. Figure Skating Championships.
In a series that's covered 36,000 miles.
Everywhere around the world, they come to America.
Across 14 time zones. To 6 events. Only a few have made it here. To the Grand Prix final. Today, season-long rivalries in the talent-rich ladies competition will be resolved. Irina defeated Michelle Kwan in last year's Grand Prix final to win the Grand Prix series. And she beat her again this year at Skate Canada in their lone head-to-head meeting. But Michelle has what this irrepressible spirit wants, a world title. Last year they finished 1-2. It was her last win over the Russian. Another world champion lurks, Maria Butirskaya has been overlooked before. The elegant veteran from Moscow is at her most dangerous when the focus is on others. Then, there's the surging 15-year-old, Sarah Hughes. Each time during this series, she stood on the medal stand. But at the Grand Prix final, everyone knows there's very little room at the top. The ladies' rivalry intensifies next. The long road of the Grand Prix Series has led to Tokyo, Japan. With its vast maze of winding streets and buildings that seem to grow on top of each other, it's the largest metropolitan area in the world. And all season long, skaters have squared off around the globe for the right to earn a trip to Tokyo. Today, inside Yoyogi Stadium, the top 6 skate for the gold medal here as we kick off our coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. The ladies on the ice warming up. You won't find a better lineup anywhere. It includes Michelle Kwan, the 3-time world champion who won this event in '96. She hasn't won it since. Irina of Russia, the defending champion here. She's beaten Kwan already this season. And you can never count out the '99 world champion, Maria Butirskaya from Russia. Also here, the 15-year-old from the U.S. silver medalist, Sarah Hughes, skating as well as anyone. So as we check the lineup, those 4 are joined by Yelena Sokolova of Russia and Tatiana Malinina of Uzbekistan. Those are the top 6 from the Grand Prix Series this fall. Now, the Grand Prix final follows a unique format. You've got 3 phases of the competition. A short program worth 1/3 of the score, a free skate worth 2/3 of the score. That sets up the standings heading into the super final, where number 1 meets number 2 for the championship here. You've got to be in the top 2 heading to the super final to have a shot at the gold medal.
1番ミシェル・クワンさん、アメリカ。
Along with Peggy Fleming and Peter Carruthers, I'm Terry Gannon. We're set for the short programs here in Tokyo, and it is Michelle Kwan who will be on the ice first. She recently won her 5th U.S. National Championship in Boston, but it was her loss last year to Slutskaya in this event that made her realize she's got to step it up to stay on top.
She's skating to East of Eden by Lee Holdridge. I think this is a beautiful number for Michelle. I think this could be one of her signature numbers of all time. She's opening with a double axel. This is a critical jump here, this triple Lutz double toe combination. Very solid, very easy. Triple flip. This footwork section very effective. Wonderful choreography by Lori Nickel, who's worked with her for many years.
The joy in her skating, terrific, and the position in this layback. Wonderful variation, the foot close to the ice. Great variation.
signature spiral is absolutely spectacular. Just wonderful, as usual.
Coming into this event, she had been perfect with her short programs throughout the season. Skate America, which she won over Sarah Hughes. Skate Canada, which she ended up losing to Irina Slutskaya. And then, of course, at the U.S. National Championships, one of her best performances ever in the short program there in Boston.
Well, she is so solid.
Her most difficult element in the program, the triple Lutz double toe loop. She really has wonderful upper body strength. She doesn't stray from her technique, and that allows her nice timing and beautiful execution on that. And she follows through here with the triple flip. I really like the way she keeps her shoulders over her hips, gets up over her right side, and has a wonderful landing on that, skating out of it with beautiful flow.
And here's a look at the judges working this ladies short program. There are 7 on the panel here at the Grand Prix final. Peter, what about the deductions in the short?
Well, all of these deductions that we're looking at are jump specific. Of course, the biggest deduction would be up to 4/10 on a fall, but simply touching down with a free foot or a hand, that can take off 1 to 2/10. Really what you want is a jump with a clean landing and a nice exit.
Now along with Frank Carroll, it can't help her to be the first one skating here. Judges always leaving some room. The first set of marks now for required elements, 5.6 to 5.8.
Marks that seem a little bit low, as a matter of fact. The 5.6 from Russia.
And now the presentation, oh, look at those. All 5.8s for presentation.
Well, she is absolutely exquisite.
So Michelle Kwan gets things underway here at the Grand Prix final. We're coming back with one of the 3 Russians in this event. The 21-year-old from Moscow, Yelena Sokolova, is next.
Irina Sokolova-san, Russia.
Number 3, representing Russia, Yelena Sokolova.
Welcome back to Tokyo and the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final. Presented by Kia Motors. Michelle Kwan has already skated. Here is Yelena Sokolova of Russia, the 21-year-old who had an excellent Grand Prix series. A 3rd at Skate America, a 2nd place at Cup of Russia.
Yelena has great energy in her skating. She's opening with this triple Lutz double toe right here. Looked like she kind of double-footed that landing on the triple Lutz.
This is an edge jump, meaning no toe pick will jab in to get her into the air. She has to edge off for the triple loop. Nice there.
Remember, these are the top 6 skaters from the Grand Prix series. Yelena finished in the tie for 4th with Sarah Hughes. She earned 16 points.
And this move coming up, this double axel, watch her entrance going in with this spread eagle position. And now she jumps up into this double axel with her hand over her head and then lands in a spread eagle. Very pretty. Wonderful footwork section here. She gets good speed, covers the ice well. Very nice. Very solid performance. Had a lot of personality.
Yelena Sokolova, who went to the World Championships in '98 and placed 8th. She hasn't been back since. She's trying to make the world team for the Russians still with her performance here. We'll come back to Tokyo and check her marks in a moment. Up next, the young teenager from the U.S. who is having the time of her life this season. Sarah Hughes has medaled 3 times in 3 events in the Grand Prix Series. Now she takes the ice here at the final.
America.
Number 4, representing USA, Sarah Hughes.
Meanwhile, the ladies' short program continues here in Tokyo. Here's the 15-year-old from the U.S., Sarah Hughes, who recently won the silver medal at the U.S. Nationals.
And she's skating to Vocalise by Rachmaninoff. And there's a wonderful freedom and flow to this number. And watch this landing of this double axel, this wonderful edge that she holds right there. Wonderful control and extension.
By the way, the marks for Yelena Sokolova range from 4.8 to 5.6 overall. So the Russian skater is right behind Michelle Kwan in second place.
It'll be important for her to land the triple Lutz, double loop. Each one on one foot. There's the first, the second, nice. Oops, except for that little hitch on the landing.
And this is a spectacular flying camel position. Incredible extension.
3 medals in 3 events in the Grand Prix Series for Sarah Hughes. Some thought she should have won the gold at Skate America, where she captured the silver. Finished in the standings in a tie for 4th with Yelena Sokolova.
Oh, and she only did a double flip instead of a triple. This wonderful sense of flow and feeling for this music is quite extraordinary. Final combination spin, beautiful layback position, and back sit up to this stretch position. Well, not one of her best performances. I'm sure that's not what she wanted to do tonight, and I think that's going to hurt her quite a bit.
The 15-year-old from Great Neck, New York, a sophomore in high school still. It's hard to believe. Sarah Hughes.
Triple Lutz as she enters in. Rotation is okay. So close with a possible touchdown, but it's this landing here that's a problem. Hopping around on the end of that jump. Not what she wanted. And then the flying camel. A nice arch in the back with the toe pointed nicely, then falling to the inside edge, and of course extended beautifully here at the end.
5-2.
Robin Wagner, who she has been working with for 5 years now. She started out as her choreographer, then switched to being her coach, which she is now. The first set of marks for Sarah, 4.9 to 5.2 the range. 5.2 is coming from the USA judge and the Canadian judge. Now the presentation marks, 5.3 up to 5.5 is the range there. So Sarah Hughes right now in third place behind Yelena Sokolova. Still to skate the overall leader here, Irina Slutskaya. But up next, Maria Butin back, the 22-year-old from Moscow. And four-time European champion Irina Slutskaya takes the ice trying to defend her title here at the Grand Prix final.
The International Skating Union, the sports federation that governs figure and speed skating worldwide. With a membership of more than 50 countries, the ISU is responsible for the technical control and the direction of the world's most important skating events. The International Skating Union, bringing you grace, power, speed, and champions since 1892.
Final skater taking the ice here in the ladies short program of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Right now it's Michelle Kwan over Maria Butin, and then Yelena Sokolova of Russia ahead of Sarah Hughes. But here is Irina Slutskaya, the 22-year-old from Moscow. She won this event last season, so she's trying to defend her title. She has already beaten Michelle Kwan this year.
She's a very athletic skater, and her jumps have wonderful spring to them. Opening combination is this triple Lutz double toe.
Double loop.
Double loop.
Change that.
Very nice.
Don't forget, this is the first of 3 phases to this competition in Tokyo. You got the short program, the free skate, and then the super final, where the top 2 meet, skate for the championship.
She's got nice speed coming into this triple flip, and a good exit on that too, skating fast out of that.
But what makes her jump so wonderful is that spring and that good air that she gets on the jumps.
I think she's really attacking this.
I don't ever get the feeling that she gets nervous for any of these competitions. She looks very relaxed, and she just goes with the flow. Probably one of the weakest parts of her program, the spiral section. She just does not have the extension that some of the other skaters like Sarah Hughes and Michelle Kwan have. A little shaky on that edge.
Judges certainly respecting her ability to spin, the variation, terrific. And then taking it to the tops right here.
She made that look easy.
Yes, I think she will challenge Michelle with these marks because she had a lot of speed in her skating, as you mentioned, good spring, and these spins really go over well with the judges.
Well, she's beaten her already, as we said, in the Grand Prix this season, but she finished right behind Michelle Kwan at the World Championships last season, and in part, that's what this is about, setting up that matchup at Worlds.
She really gets up into the air. A nice position with the shoulders and the lower half of her body allow good rotation. And she continues through with this triple flip. Again, getting up into the air nicely. Perfect, perpendicular to the ice, just the way you want to be to have a successful landing. Good arched back.
All right, so quickly, what do you think?
Well, I think because Irina did a more difficult combination, that triple Lutz double loop is more difficult than the Lutz and toe loop that Michelle did. That might be, you know, the deciding factor. But I think overall, Michelle had it in the overall picture of the program. It's a better program.
Peter?
And for me, I think these spins are hard spins, and it can really turn over big results. And look at this.
Here's the first set coming your way now for required elements, and those extremely high. Remember, Michelle Kwan had a range of 5.6 to 5.8. These marks up to 5.9 from the German judge. Irina Slutskaya with a longtime coach, Yana Grimova. Now for presentation, 5.7 up to 5.9. All but one of the judges putting Irina Slutskaya into first place over Michelle Kwan.
Well, I think that's a real
It's a statement.
Real statement. It is.
The one judge that didn't, the USA judge.
This concludes the judging of the ladies' short program.
So here are the standings after round one of the Grand Prix final. What a showdown it's going to be next in the free skate. Irina Slutskaya in the lead over Michelle Kwan. Remember, the short program worth only 1/3 of the score. Then it's Maria Butyrskaya, Yelena Sokolova, Sarah Hughes in 5th, just ahead of Tatiana Malinina heading into the free skate. Up next for the top 3 skaters in the world, the free skate. Irina Slutskaya drawing last to skate as 2 world champions get ready backstage.
5-5.
Michelle Kwan drawing number 5. And
4.
Maria Butyrskaya 4th to skate. She'll try to turn it around. The 99 world champions got some work to do against the 3-time world champion Michelle Kwan and the defending champ of this event, Irina Slutskaya. Round 2 is next. Welcome back inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, Japan. The ladies championship continues now. It's on to round 2 here at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final presented by Kia Motors. And hi again, everybody. Terry Gannon back with Peter Carruthers and Peggy Fleming. We saw them in the showdown in the short program just a moment ago, Peggy. We'll see them here in the free skate. We may see Irina Slutskaya again take on Michelle Kwan later in the super final. Now, how does Irina Slutskaya continue to hold off Michelle Kwan?
Well, Terry, you know, technically she could win this, absolutely. But artistically, I really doubt it. You know, Irina is a terrific athlete, but all her eggs are in one basket. And if you take away her jumps, you don't have too much left. On the other hand, while Michelle Kwan is all over it artistically, she has to land every one of her jumps here, including that triple-triple she hasn't landed since last year's Worlds. With Slutskaya's technical content, these judges will cut no slack for Michelle if she backs off of any of the jumps.
So the pressure on both of them, but it's a different kind of pressure from different angles, I guess. Right behind them in the standings, Maria Butyrskaya and Peter. Of course, she's the 99 world champion. Many times she skates better when the focus is on others.
Well, Maria's beautiful when she's on, but Maria Butyrskaya has been plagued with inconsistency. She's a streaky skater. Nerves unravel her jumps and she takes hard falls. Now she has to come from behind, but that may take the pressure off her in the free program. If things go wrong, it usually happens at the beginning, and we'll have to watch for that. Technically, Sarah Hughes, 15 years old from the United States, is right on par with the other ladies, but her mistakes in the short program put her in 5th place. She has improved her presentation and has a nice freedom within her skating, but the pressure will be on her to land her triple-triple combination if she hopes to move up in the standings.
So here's a look at the order in which they will skate here in the free skate. Tatiana Malinina gets things underway. Sarah Hughes is 3rd, but then look at the final 3 names, maybe the best 3 skaters in the world for the ladies right now. Maria Butyrskaya, then Michelle Kwan, and Irina Slutskaya.
Number 1, representing Uzbekistan, Tatiana Malinina.
So we're set to go here with the second portion of the ladies competition. The free skate worth 2/3 of the overall score of rounds 1 and 2, setting up the final standings going into the super final. And here is Tatyana Malinina of Uzbekistan in 6th place.
And she's skating to Violin Concerto.
Seven triples planned in this free program.
And this is her favorite jump coming up, this triple Lutz.
Beautiful.
Very nice. It looks so easy and light. And that was one of the jumps she fell on in the short program, that triple flip.
Nice triple loop. She's got good timing going. The nerves are in check.
Creating the mood of the violin player in this choreography.
Tatyana, one of the oldest lady skaters on the circuit. She's just 6 months younger than Maria Butirskaya. She is 28 years old. But living on the edge in terms of the Grand Prix Series and making it to the final the last 2 years. Last year, she missed making it to the final by the vote of one judge in that final competition in the series. This year, she was the last skater to make it here.
She is skating very well so far, very steady.
This a critical point in her program. She landed the first triple Lutz at the beginning. Now here's the second, and unfortunate mistake there.
This is a beautiful position in that camel spin. Good stretch on the leg. Scratch spin. Well, she skated pretty steady, except for that one fall in that triple Lutz double toe combination later in the program. But otherwise, pretty nice.
A couple of years ago on the Grand Prix, she was really struggling with the jumps, but she went back, worked on her jumping mechanics, and in spite of the falls, she's really improved her skating.
Much better than the short program, certainly, and maybe more than any other skater. At the end of her program, you can read what just took place just by what is going on in her face.
And this was the beginning of her program that went so well. Her favorite jump, this triple Lutz. And watch the wonderful spring she gets up in the air, real straight turning in the air, nice solid landing. And here's a look at her triple toe. I think she may have two-footed this landing right there. Yes, she did. And it just barely touched down. And this was toward the end of the program where she again attempted this triple Lutz double toe. She just did not finish those rotations, and her legs were still tight together in the air. And you know, when she got onto the ice, she could not hold the landing.
And there's a look at the judges working this ladies free skate. There are 7 of them, by the way, on the panel. And Peter, what about the requirements here?
Well, one of the highlights of the free program will be the jump combination. Some of the ladies will be trying triple triples, 4 different spins, a footwork sequence, 1 spiral sequence, and as always in skating, musical expression, very important.
So she was able to actually complete 4 triples, and we saw the mistakes there, but very close to being a very good free skate here for Tatiana Malinina. And now the marks for technical merit, mid-5s.
Well, when you consider what she has done, 5.5 is not a bad mark for her, so she should be pleased with that, certainly not the fall.
And now for presentation, 5.4 up to 5.6, so similar marks for technical merit and presentation for Tatiana Malinina. When we come back, the young teenager from the U.S., Sarah Hughes, 3 medals in 3 Grand Prix Series events. She's in 5th with some work to do now, though.
Number 3, representing USA, Sarah Hughes.
Meanwhile, the ladies' free skate continues as Sarah Hughes steps onto the ice. The 15-year-old from Great Neck, New York, had all kinds of problems in the short program. That's why she is in 5th place heading into the second portion of this competition. U.S. silver medalist, doing a little housekeeping right now. Got to clean the ice. What does that do to you as a skater?
If you hit a piece of material on the ice, it can grind your blade to a halt, take a bad fall.
And she is skating to Don Quixote. This is a wonderful number for her. Double axel. And now this is a very critical move for her coming up. This triple Salchow, triple loop combination, very difficult. Very nice. Shows what a competitor she is already at 15.
Hard combination behind her, the triple loop. Nice. Look at the character.
A couple of silvers and a bronze medal in the Grand Prix Series. She says that every time she goes into a competition, she goes in thinking that she's going to win. But I never, ever think, well, maybe I can finish second, stand on the podium.
Lutz. Her coach Robin Wagner says this free skate is more demanding emotionally this year, and they're really trying to get her to portray a character and perform a dance. Spectacular spiral. flip.
Fifth in the world last season. Such a tender age, and what a statement it would make here in Tokyo just weeks before the World Championships as to what to expect from Sarah.
Absolutely gorgeous layback spin. Could be a little bit faster.
She has 2 triples left. The triple Lutz, if she gets past this, she's in good shape. And right there, 2-footed, unfortunate.
And this final triple toe.
Boy, she'd love to post a big score and go sit in the clubhouse, as they say in golf, but the big guns fight it out and put the pressure on them. Remember, Butyrskaya, Kwan, Slutskaya still to come. And from Slutskaya, we'll see the same music, hear the same music, and see the difference in the 2 programs.
This final combination spin, very strong ending.
Whoa, she's kind of straying off center on that spin at the end.
But I think she's got the character down. It was a beautiful program. She completed 6 triples in this program.
And that is so important because the judges are definitely looking for the expression of the character within the music. And this is where Sarah Hughes has really grown.
And what a step after the short program, too. All the problems in the short, but not here in the free skate. A couple of little bobbles and mistakes, as Peter mentioned, but Sarah Hughes, well, that's a terrific comeback here in the second portion.
This is a hard combination to do because you have to complete 6 rotations in under a second. First, the triple Salchow. She gets up in the air nicely and then has to leap right up into the triple loop, but the foot not quite around. However, we see a nice landing executed. And this was too bad at the end of the program. The triple Lutz, she doesn't quite get the height, and she really only completes 2.5 rotations there. She wanted 3.
Robin Wagner, her coach, alongside. Got a big kiss and a hug from her as she left the ice a moment ago. Now the marks for Sarah Hughes. 5 6s and a 5-7 for technical merit.
5-6.
And remember how important these are, setting up the standings going into the super final, dictating who meets whom and for what placement. Presentation marks now 5-6, a couple of those in 5-7s.
Well, she was such a solid competitor out there, and that was a beautifully choreographed program and paced very well, and she really handled it.
3 5.6s, by the way, Peggy, and every one of the judges putting her in first place at the moment. And there's a look at Michelle Kwan getting ready backstage. She is still to skate here, but up next, the '99 world champ Maria Butyrskaya in 3rd place after the short program, trying to move up and maybe win gold eventually here. Welcome back to Tokyo and the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Final, presented by Kia Motors. Terry Gannon alongside Peggy Fleming and Peter Carruthers. Here we are with Maria Butyrskaya taking the ice. At the moment, you've got Sarah Hughes of the U.S. in the lead. And remember, Michelle Kwan and Irina Slutskaya still to skate here in the second portion of the competition. And Maria in 3rd place after the short program, having to come back. But as we mentioned earlier, many times we've seen her come back and skate very well when the spotlight and the focus is on others.
She is a very driven competitor. She works very hard and takes this very seriously. And her opening jump is a very difficult combination. Triple Lutz, triple toe is what she has planned. Kwan only does a double toe, but very well.
Nonetheless, she looks much more relaxed, and that's key for her.
Because nerves play a big part in the destruction of many performances.
Oh gosh, you are so right.
That's a heck of a line, actually. Write that one down.
Opened out on that triple flip. That was only a double.
Peggy, not to ask for a date and time, but do you remember a performance in your life, in your career, where you could point and say, nerves really did me in that night? I doubt it.
Well, not that I can remember, because it's so far, so long ago.
Not that long ago.
No.
Difficult combination for her. It will be a triple toe, half loop, triple sow cow. And she opted to leave out the second part of that combination, playing it a little safe.
And that's okay to do.
There goes the timing. Once again, rushing, not bending the knees.
Well, she looks like she's skating very carefully, very cautious.
Her loss at the NHK Trophy in Japan to Irina Slutskaya may have taken some of the spirit out of Maria Butirskaya. She skated extremely well as she could skate. There were some mistakes for Slutskaya, yet the judges still put her ahead of Maria.
About tilting on that double
Looks like
toe.
her boot is coming unlaced.
Her laces are...
Yeah, her right foot.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
How would you even try to jump? Would that be...
That can't be done.
Yeah, her right boot.
Very nice spin combination.
Well, there's an ad for Velcro.
Well, actually, it looks like maybe just it was long laces. It didn't really come untied.
Right.
Just came untucked.
Because she'd be reaching down right now if there was a problem, going, oh, I can't believe that came undone, but it doesn't appear to be the case. At this point, the lace is not out, but she had a beautiful opening triple Lutz and a nice double toe loop right after that. That started off the program in a very good way. And again, knee bend is crucial. She throws her upper body into the jump and does not make it work with the lower half, and that is why she failed on that. Even though the boot was actually tied, it is a distraction that that lace is out, so that could have been toying with her mind a little bit toward the end of the program.
So while one world champion goes to the kiss and cry area and ties her boots or takes the laces off, another one is set to skate. Michelle Kwan will be next, the three-time world champion. And now the marks for Maria. She sits alongside her coach, Elena Chekhovskaya. 5.3 to 5.5 the range for technical merit.
Well, she only completed 3 triple jumps in this entire program, and she had the look of disappointment on her face throughout this program.
Presentation marks now all the way up to 5.9 from the Russian judge, but 5 of the 7 judges putting Maria Butyrskaya into second place. Well, the 2 leaders and headliners come up next. Lutskaya skates in just a little bit, but when we come back, it's Michelle Kwan who will take the ice. Can she stay in the top 2, maybe even grab the lead here? We'll find out next.
The rulebook of figure skating is brought to you by Dannon Light and Fit. Light just got fitter.
The rulebook of figure skating requires that skaters perform the combination spin in both the short and free program. In the free program, it must be at least 10 revolutions. It must include a change of foot, and it may consist of any number of positions. This is the combination spin. Now to the sit spin, to the back sit, and then finally, a well-centered scratch spin.
Down to the final 2 skaters here in the ladies free skate in Tokyo, and they are the marquee names. Right now, it's Sarah Hughes in the lead over Maria Butyrskaya, then Tatiana Malinina. But here is the 3-time and reigning world champion, Michelle Kwan, 20 years of age, from Torrance, California, having to come from behind. She is currently in second.
She's skating to the music, Song of the Black Swan. Jump, this triple loop, back edge takeoff, and she only did a double. She fell on that in the warm-up.
Well, if the point is that Michelle has got to up the technical difficulty of her program, that's not a good start.
Well, it may have opened that door again. And now this triple, she has to do triple toe. Triple toe, good for her.
First time this year, Peggy?
Yes, first time. Now coming up, her combination triple Lutz, double toe. Solid as ever.
She absolutely has brilliant use of her arms throughout this program.
It is so well choreographed. Her Lori Nickel knows her so well. And she executes it so well. On that triple flip. Lutz. Some footwork into this. Very nice. And her final death drop into this scratch spin right there. Well, not the usual, dynamic performance out of Michelle, but she did land 5 clean triples in this program. So she got, the basic job done, but not the usual spark.
But a couple of openings with those jumps.
Absolutely.
Opening up on 2 of her triples. Question is it enough to get her into the super finals?
And here's a look at the triple-triple combination that was so crucial in this number. Very nice, easy first triple. The second triple a little tighter and a little shaky on the landing, but she got it done. And this was her triple flip that was intended to be a triple, but it ended up being a double. The free leg swinging wide, and it wasn't tight turns in the air.
To get to the super final, she has to be in the top 2. So right now, she's got to overtake Sarah Hughes at the top of the leaderboard and wait for Irina Slutskaya to skate. The first set now for technical merit, 5.6 to 5.8.
Well, she is such a tough competitor to open the program and miss that first triple loop and then go on and, complete that triple-triple. That's a real step forward for her.
Now presentation marks 5.7 up to 5.9 to 5.9. One from the German judge, one from the Canadian judge. So Michelle Kwan is able to do it. She moves into the lead over Sarah Hughes. Up next, Irina Slutskaya. She won this event last year. She's trying to defend her title. She will skate right after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Skater left in the ladies free skate. Michelle Kwan is in the lead right now over Sarah Hughes. So 2 Americans at the top, then Maria Butirskaya. But taking the ice, the defending champion of the Grand Prix, Irina Slutskaya, the 22-year-old from Moscow, and she has the lead after the short program. It's not often you get to watch the top skaters in the world. And here we talk about Slutskaya and Kwan go head-to-head maybe 3 straight times. The short program, the free skate, and then the super final.
And she is skating to Don Quixote, the same music that Sarah Hughes skated to.
A much faster tempo with this version of Don Quixote.
And she is opening with a very difficult triple-triple combination. Triple Lutz, triple loop. Here's the triple Lutz. Good spring, but she chose to not do it as a combination. She may do it later in the program. And now another triple-triple combination. Also very difficult. Triple Salchow, triple loop. Back edge, inside edge.
Up.
And
turning.
And only did a double.
Explain that, Peter.
You're supposed to have a continuous edge when you land the jump and then leap up into the second jump. She did a little turn on the ice before she did the second jump.
Six of the 7 judges put her in first place ahead of Michelle Kwan in the short program.
Coming up is this triple Lutz. She'll probably try to do this into this combination she had planned earlier.
No.
Yes, she tried it again, but failed again.
Well, there's one very very interested spectator, I'm sure, backstage now. Sarah Hughes thinking, ooh, maybe I have a chance to get into the top 2. Need some more mistakes by Irina Slutskaya, though.
Extension on these spirals, not that great. Nice triple flip. Quick spring to this jump into a double axel.
Slutskaya continues to get stronger, Peter. Sarah Hughes can, even if she did have any chance earlier, start thinking about the bronze medal, not a fight for the gold medal here.
But this is what's important. Irina Slutskaya is getting stronger toward the end of her performance.
This is her final combination spin. She has good speed in these spins. Well, she also made some mistakes in her program, but she ended up completing 6 triples in this program. So she skated actually very well.
Yes, and I liked how she really turned it on toward the end. Very strong finish for her.
It's one of the things that makes this sport what it is. It depends on what your priority is and what you like to watch. For the judges right now, who do you put where? Irina Slutskaya, Michelle Kwan, different approaches, different styles. We'll see in a moment.
First jumping sequence in her program, the triple Lutz. The right foot picks in. She gets very nice height on this. A little bit of a lean. She was supposed to do this in combination, but because she was leaning, she couldn't do the combination. And here's the triple sow cow, gets up into the air nicely there, and then does that 3-turn that I was talking about in between the double loop. But she did keep things moving through the program. Triple Lutz right there, and then, as you mentioned, Peggy, trying to put in that combination for more credit, it just didn't work.
Round 1 went to Slutskaya. What about round 2? Now the marks as she slits along with her coach, beside her coach Anna Gramova. Technical merit marks in the 5.6 to 5.8 range. 5.6 coming from the Canadian judge, very similar to those of Michelle Kwan's, by the way. And now for presentation, 5.7 up to 5.9. Those are enough. Slutskaya has won both rounds here. In fact, it is a 4-3 split. 3 of the judges putting her in second place. So Slutskaya in the lead over Michelle Kwan. The two will meet again in a few moments for the gold. So it's Slutskaya with the edge here in the free skate over Michelle Kwan. Sarah Hughes in third place over Maria Butyrskaya. That's a huge step. But the super final next. Last year, Slutskaya lost the first 2 portions of the event, then won the championship. That's what Michelle Kwan will be trying to do. The super final, Kwan, Slutskaya. They'll meet here in Tokyo at the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating final next. She has been chasing Michelle Kwan since 1996. when she was the chubby-cheeked spinning top who won bronze at Worlds. But Irina Slutskaya has now grown up, and last year at the Grand Prix finals, she caught her rival.
No one's number one forever. You just have to realize that you have to keep on improving, or, you know, the competition's just gonna go right past you.
And so the evolution of Michelle Kwan continues. With style and substance, she captured her 5th national crown just 4 weeks ago.
I don't think it's about proving myself anymore. Now it's just being able to put it on the line when the time counts.
That time has now come, because over the last 2 seasons in the Grand Prix Series, only one woman has been able to beat Michelle Kwan. Her name, Irina Slutskaya.
Representing USA, Michelle Kwan.
Welcome back inside Yoyogi Stadium here in Tokyo, everyone. We're getting set now for the super final. The top 2 skaters in the world squaring off. Terry Gannon, Peter Carruthers, and Peggy Fleming with you. Michelle Kwan taking on Irina Slutskaya. Slutskaya has won the past 2 matchups between the two, but of course Kwan won the World Championships last year. Guys, who do you like?
Well, I think, you know, Slutskaya, how things have been kind of falling into place. I don't know. I kind of think Irina.
Peter?
I'm going to take Slutskaya. She's won everything this season.
All right, I'll split the difference at least. I'll take Michelle.
Well, she has a brand new program. This is the debut of it, the Miraculous Mandarin. Opening combination, triple combination, triple toe. Oh, triple toe, double footed at the second triple.
Tried to fight through it.
But she did land it earlier today. Now this triple loop, she had trouble in the warm-up.
And again, she doubled it. She doubled it in the last free program also.
Second free skate of the day.
It is very tough on the skaters.
Michelle Kwan won the first 2 rounds of the Grand Prix final, then lost in the super final to Slutskaya.
There, a single axle. I don't think that this program is very convincing so far.
Well, it's brand new. It's the first time we have ever seen it. We didn't even see her do this in practice. New choreographer, Peter Opegard, choreographed this. Nice triple flip. It takes a long time for a skater to have a program really gel. You have to be able to do this program in your sleep. She started working on this program right after the national championship. So it is very, very new for her.
Won her 5th U.S. title in Boston this year. Very halting music, isn't it? Jarring?
It's very different for Michelle. She always tries to select music that's very different. People don't hear every day.
this triple Lutz. A little unsteady on that landing.
Not the debut she had hoped for.
I respect the fact that she wants to do something different, but I think she needs to come a little more mainstream to make it more familiar for people.
So Irina Slutskaya getting ready to take the ice here, stepping out to warm up as Michelle Kwan is going to head to the kiss and cry area now. Well, in a while, after she receives all the flowers and kisses from the front row and the teddy bears as well.
This is the first combination in her program. This is what she started with, the triple toe loop, triple toe loop. However, watch the second jump. She doesn't complete the rotation two-footed right there. She was better in the last program on this. And this was supposed to be a triple loop, but she was only able to double it. Right there you can see only 2 rotations, falling short. Not a good way for her to start the program. But at the end of the program, the triple Lutz, she does pull that off. She is able to execute.
She and Frank Carroll settling in now, and the first set of marks for Michelle, 5.6 the low mark from the German judge, up to 5.8.
5.7. Presentation.
And now for presentation, and Peggy, those are higher.
Yes, and it just, you know, she has such command of the audience usually, and I think this didn't have quite the punch that they were hoping for.
And it was an experiment, the first time that she has skated this program in front of an audience.
Now, what will Irina Slutskaya do as she steps out there for her superfinal free skate? The 22-year-old from Moscow, who has been on a roll lately. She just won the European Championship for the 4th time in her career. She won the Russian National Championship. She is the defending champion of this event, and that win last season really reaffirmed her status among the world's best. Remember, she was coming off an awful season the year before when she almost gave up the sport.
And she is skating to Carmen, the number she did last year that was so successful, probably the best number I have ever seen her do. The costume is extremely flattering. It really improves her body line. And this is not a risky number for her because she knows this very well. And she's opening with a triple Lutz, triple loop combination. Triple Lutz.
Oh, she takes a big spill on that. Gets up with a smile, but right away she's got to regroup because she does have another triple plan. First, the triple sow cow. Let's see if she does the second triple. No, she only does a double loop, playing it safe.
Last year at the Grand Prix final, which she won, she did 2 triple-triple combinations, including that triple loop at the end off of the triple Lutz. First time that a woman had ever done that in competition.
I think this number really flatters her skating, and she really gets into the mood of Carmen.
Sounds to me like you're not so high on the free skate she's using this year.
No, I think I like this one better. This was a good choice for her to do tonight, and it wasn't risky at all. something that has worked very well for her in the past.
Really telegraphs, meaning she takes a long time to set that up.
Good speed on this combination spin. She is such a wonderful jumper. She gets such spring on her jumps. Nice triple toe loop. This final layback spin. That leg could be turned out a little bit more. But she had some spark, good speed.
And I think she picked a piece of music where you can really see her personality come out on top of the difficult jumps that she has in her program.
Well, Michelle has beaten her this year, but Irina Slutskaya has won the last 2 matchups between the two, and she may have just won another one right here in Tokyo. Much different approach for her, using a program that she is used to. She used it last year. Michelle Kwan using a brand new free skate, and you could see the difference.
And here was her opening triple Lutz jump. Watch her tap in, going very nice in the air, and going into the triple loop, which she was leaning, and she could not finish those rotations and ended up falling out of this. And this was her triple sow cow, the back inside edge takeoff, good lift in the air, and right up into the double loop.
Well, Irina Slutskaya not only heading back with a lot of flowers, but a little lipstick from the kisses in the front row, and now more from Michelle Kwan. And actually, not only flowers and teddy bears, but a bag from the Gap. I saw somebody threw that out there.
How did she have time to go shopping?
I know.
There's always time.
Well, these two are friends. They compete against each other so often and are around each other on the road. Technical merit marks, 5.7 up to 5.9.
Well, she completed 6 triple jumps in this program, and she skated very well.
And the presentation marks now, 5.6 from the American judge, up to 5.9. 6 of the 7 judges here, putting Irina Slutskaya ahead of Michelle Kwan. So she is, once again, the champion of the Grand Prix final.
And as a result, Irina Slutskaya from Russia is new champion in the ladies, and Michelle Kwan from USA finishes second.
So as we check the final standings, Irina Slutskaya wins the gold medal, Michelle Kwan the silver. Sarah Hughes beats Maria Butirskaya one-on-one here in Tokyo to win the bronze medal. And a look now at our MCI WorldCom winning moment. Irina Slutskaya skating to gold, gaining momentum for the World Championships. She has beaten Michelle Kwan 3 straight times now. Both of them are joined by our own Susie Wynn. Susie?
Thanks, Terry. Thanks, Terry. Michelle, put in perspective just how hard it is to do 2 programs in the same day.
Well, it's tough on all the skaters. It's really tough, to switch gears when you're doing 2 long programs. And first of all, it's hard adjusting to the time. I don't know what time zone I'm in for. And, my second long program is brand new, so I only had 2 weeks to work on it. And so my head, in my first long program, I was like, okay, I want to remember the second one, and you just get ahead of yourself, so you just have to take your time and pace yourself.
Now, once you have time to work on the new program, will you be taking it to the World Championships?
You know what? I have not decided yet. I've got a couple weeks before Worlds, and I'm going to sit down with Frank and really talk about what our plans are for Worlds.
And take a little break. Now, Irina, you've had a very successful season. How confident are you going into the World Championships?
I'm just taking a rest for 1 week, and after I start work again, then go to the Worlds.
Sounds like everybody wants to take a rest before the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that's
Well, good luck and enjoy your rest. Terry, back to you.
All right, Susie, two skaters in the days of their prime will meet again at the World Championship.
These are the days you will remember for the rest of your life. These are the memories you'll pack in a box and you'll pull out sometimes to pick your flowers, count the seconds, roll the dice, and baby, don't wait until it's too late. Put a smile on your face. These are the days.
Our coverage of the Grand Prix final continues next week.